Hey, I saw that. Interesting. It's actually working, but it's not working. No, we're online over there.
Yeah.
Where was question? Was something? What was
You
TikTok?
can. It's not appearing anymore. Wait a moment.
She's live now.
Okay.
Oh, it's late. It's really delaying.
You will also be voting on the action plan, which is kind of ruling how we think ESN Sweden, how next year is going to happen. So what ESN Sweden, what national level should be focusing on, and what we should. So you have a say in it, and also you have the decision making what we are weekend out of it. Last year, the one which was approved is the copies which are from the connected to the international level. So it was kind of what I set up as what I should do in my life. I came up with having an international committee for ESN Sweden. Unfortunately, it didn't happen due to time. But I thought it could be a very good place if you're not local representatives in Lista, are interested in international level, and you want to learn more, and you also want to, for example, support the ESNR, as matters. It could be a good place to meet people and also to learn more. I wrote the responsibility.
That's really annoying.
But it works on YouTube and everything. So, I mean,
Yeah, it's live. Which.
So maybe it's the.
However, I want to have a
I see.
Let's keep like that.
And I find it's a very good place to also to share information that we can then decide if we want to distribute.
No, let's stop it like this.
Everything I share there will reach 15 sections. So if there's something important, I will reach out to the others. And then there is this structural change in the organization. So we can change the internal structure. Hopefully in mid-July, but then so I will make sure that ESN Sweden is ready for changing the structure when it has to be changed. We'll also tell more what it means for you. As I was on my second mandate in March, I reapplied last year for the year. I wanted to have an active presence as well in this Council of National Representatives, where I meet the other 41 NRs of each country, because for example, at CMD in Lisbon and in Malmö, in Istanbul, we had a session together with Italy and the Netherlands about how to prepare a delegation for Italy, based on our activities. I also wanted to have an increased presence in pre-audit events and committees. For example, the Democratic Constitution, Health and Wellbeing, and so on. And it's really nice to see when you're sections organized in all three of you. We do a lot of work with and also 1 minute. And also seeing that
Some groups didn't have enough joining. I'm thinking of merging one group and maybe adding like 10 minutes for the. Do you think we should add 10 minutes?
Wait a moment. So one group didn't have enough people? No, just
No,
one
we
group.
have 3 people with this group.
Okay, and it's too low, of course. 2 are missing. We can give a bit more time. How long?
I think we should add more time.
You want to extend the...
because they don't have a stable time.
I suppose it's 12. 12:05 is supposed to finish now. At what time the lunch can it comes? Now it's 1. We can move the lunch at 1. It's already in the agenda at 1. Let me make it 1:15. No, 1:15. Okay, so we got like 10 minutes more. No, we can stress out. Yeah, 15 minutes before the place. Because if we miss something, we can take it tomorrow. Because I think tomorrow we have a lot of open slots. So today, anyway, we are finishing. Propose all the presentations before 6. So no, we are finishing with this update before 6. We have the place anyway. So.
Okay, so I'm adding.
As long as we have the key card, we are in here. Who has the key card?
Not me. You have it.
No.
I sort of
Mm-hmm.
I believe it would really, in the long run, really benefit our colleagues in Sweden. It's very sad, but yeah, I think we're just triggered now to make it happen.
Can I?
Do you have any questions?
That's the code. Why is it not showing?
National representative.
So I'm trying to read about it,
We'll kind of change.
and I think that's because it's old.
Version of Chrome.
Yeah, I haven't updated it. But then you shut down all the links, the sites and that kind of stuff.
Okay. We have to speak with Taha.
It always says there, so
Huh?
this one stays on the error code. Like, can I see the like if I the latest Chrome?
Ah, yeah.
That means I should see it.
Hey. This is loose.
Mary asked, what's wrong with the live stream?
It sucks.
It sucks.
Because this one is it's not updated.
Okay, so like,
But it works. If
is
she
this
clicks
one now
on,
work or?
if she
You can click in the look. Like she sees that.
Yeah,
If she clicks there,
watch on YouTube.
she can see us now.
Okay. Can you go back?
look,
Hey.
because it's something with the script.
Can I close it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is said like Chrome 76.
Oh, she can hear me. God.
Hi.
Hi, Mary.
So,
See you a lot.
are you able to see anything except my horrible face? I didn't sleep, but not that because of that I'm horrible.
What did
Yeah.
she say? She can see us.
She says hello.
Servus.
Try to speak something in Dutch.
But can she
Oh.
hear us really good? Or does
I'm
this-
trying.
nice.
My girlfriend would be ashamed if I say something, but
Can you?
Oh, we need mic. I mean,
Yeah, like that's why I'm asking her. Like, Mary, can you hear us well? Is it clear? Loud and clear.
okay, and then
Yeah.
we don't need a mic then. Don't need
Yeah.
Yep.
Nice.
Well,
Even the background whispers. Oh, it's not. It's not whisper. It's Michaela.
you won't see them?
I'm gonna send a picture.
Well, I can always.
oh, we can show everyone.
You just say hello.
Hey, Mary.
Hello, internet.
Hello, internet. Yeah, she's following the live stream. Yeah. Say hi to everyone from me. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's supposed to be.
Greeting from Mary and Alex. Yeah, she's like hearing everyone, seeing everyone, but she's sending her voice from Messenger to me. Aha.
But should we put in the
technology.
note that people can't see it? Just click on the link.
Oh yeah.
And then we are fixing the problem.
Is it replacing the hoodies that you guys have?
No, this is just for our 20th anniversary. So it's just for next week. And our hoodies are kind of not really.
Because you guys were gonna change it. It was better than the previous
Yeah,
one.
we were.
Oh my god.
Those ones are so ugly.
Alex.
Yo.
Oh hi, Sasa.
Like,
Nicola. Nicola.
water
Nicolas is
You didn't share.
Mary. What's Mary's profile picture? It's so weird.
We will finish it at 15.
Okay, which is in 6 months.
Alice, you didn't come.
Alice, you have to go to the
Okay.
So I'll be.
That's me
We
again.
will share rooms.
But I have to talk with them.
No, but you talked to
Yeah, but now.
Go film it.
That's what I did the whole day.
Oh yeah.
And the other
Yeah, we haven't had Taha yet.
People know.
Yeah.
Here is the structure of ESN. So, yes, we got
Competition, Michaela. I'm
She's
louder.
like really old.
Yeah. Anyway,
Hey.
hello everyone. I'm the next
Good boy.
manager.
So I'm doing basically the same thing.
Nothing different.
Level of ESN. I can go to the CNS, which is
Anyway, yeah.
Kan man lyssna?
I also need
Jag gör inte det. Jag använder mina ord.
participants. I represent the next
Nej, vi ska ut ikväll också. Så det blir sent. Jag missade min seminarium med 2 minuter och 2 dagar. Ja.
During this weekend, you will work on the action plan for ESN Sweden for next year. This is kind of deciding where this transformation should be run, where should focus on, and what kind of
This is basically what I did.
I reapplied last year, so I'm here now, and I based
So
kind of
my project starting
my
was
experience and what I
the
learned. I wanted to focus to have an international community of ESN Sweden, which is that is not happened due to time. But I thought it could be a very good place for ESN to meet, local consultants, especially with me, and you can meet like-minded people and more, and to get more knowledge.
So what we did is we have a
Nej, det är för här.
negotiation period.
Visst, det var sant då.
I wrote
Yeah, right.
the description for the committee.
So you need to get that one. That's the only thing you can do. You work with that pad. Yeah, bro. See? Oh, yeah.
Because now there is a session when they have to scroll a PDF.
But they see everything. They see us, we see them. Oh, no.
I think it's definitely awesome to share his
Thanks for the quiz.
We have a few calls.
You want more? You want coffee or something?
I go out now.
and so the partnership
It's a
You see? It works.
Yeah.
This is going to be the
No,
structure
that's-
change of
that's not
organization.
That's the old, yeah, that's the old.
We can meet
But try to go on the new one.
It's
How do you see
more or
it?
less done. We're working on the final project
If
now.
you had the latest, I mean,
What's happening and what we're doing in time.
yes, you see?
they're more
It works then.
As I'm a
Nice.
second year, I wanted to have a
Thank you.
more active presence in CNR.
You're welcome.
For example, in Istanbul,
Kan inte upp i skatten på det. Va?
Kan inte
agreement or
So how to
Like,
to
go
work
up.
with delegations.
since like before this
We also have a presence, project event committees, 100%. So, for example, ESN social inclusion, the international reference groups, and also the international committees. So it's very nice to see when we have both of you from Canada Voting, courses, it's super nice to see you, like the promotion mainly there. So it's very nice to see events related to courses and now I think for a new semester. We also had a few ESNers also joined the committees, which is very nice as well. It's a place you can meet like-minded people who share the same interests and also don't want to learn more. So
what's the email
it's a very nice.
because I got the email about the streamlining
They will have
the
a
Ryanair discount
campaign or like when you can join
to
it.
making
Also
that a
in
simple process.
the spring sometimes.
But
Usually after Easter.
sustainability being one of the
For the international.
values of
Yes.
ESN.
For example, I'm part of the
any
International Committee of Education,
question over
where
whether we should continue that
we're
partnership
people
with
who
Ryanair.
share the same interests and education, and we work with some kind of toolkit in order to be able to present what new events program means for sections, what is going to be. And we also have buddy countries with Norway and Denmark, and in order to increase the cooperation more, we invited them to the NP as we always do, but this time we also funded one of the participation fees for the countries. However, their countries are locked down, so they couldn't go. That I thought was a good idea, and they sent someone, but unfortunately couldn't. And also I want to increase international knowledge in ESN Sweden. I mean, in the sections, but I think it's a good way now when we increase the presence in, for example, projects and so on. And also with the allied communities, a way for me to share to allies, and then they can tell us the sections about international
prepared about
and then I have,
this partnership.
for example, this is kind of summarizing my whole 6 months in Gothenburg. I went to 3 events in Salsa, Marmara.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so
yeah, I was having Asian
time travel,
Sorry,
and also,
time is over.
yes, and also worked in
I'm the national event manager. My name is Ellen, and I will quickly summarize what I have been doing. I was finding.
No, Ellen, we don't have time. Ellen.
Last, and just if you have questions, just ask me.
Ellen is
So at the beginning I found a Lucy and the implemented changes. We conducted the last
Ellen, your time is over, sadly. You can ask her during the coffee breaks, but we already extended 10 minutes the end of this, and sadly we will be late, otherwise I can ask you sorry, but...
I got 15 seconds. Woo! 15 seconds, sorry.
Yeah. Guys, watch out where you walk. It's...
Can everyone come inside? We're starting.
We're always late and now we're not even listening.
Is there anybody outside?
The chairperson?
Olivia is not coming. So we're okay. Everybody's here. Two more people. Okay. Can I please be quick? So guys, sorry for one group not having every MBC member coming. We are trying to facilitate this sort of rounds better the next time. So the thing is, we are going to have the annual report for the previous action year presentation now, and we added a Q&A for that because we're thinking there will be questions. So does anybody object to that? If there are no objections, then we're fine with the agenda. So we can have the presentation now. And the speakers list is open. You can submit your questions anytime during the presentation.
Guys, we need some more scoring.
What?
Someone of you is requested to score. So, or you come in this side, and we'll see all together.
Yeah.
Yeah, this makes sense.
Or we can just split up.
No.
Well, we just put one on that side.
Watch out.
That was not a good idea.
The microphone?
Jesus Christ, Alice.
It's administrative information. I take it and then.
I'm sorry, Carl.
Yeah, but like afterwards.
Thank you.
Well, it's
All right. So this is the annual report of the previous action year, and yeah, we had, as you see, a resignation from Eric, the previous vice president, and then we had election. We had Ryan, then we had Mary resigning in mid-February around that time, but the rest came with us. The national coordinators, we had the education officer for around a month, I guess, right? But then she resigned due to a family tragedy, unfortunately. And yeah, we didn't get another education officer. Board supporting structure, SNEC has been in the down low for a while now because in general there's a lot of, we didn't have a lot of, I don't know how to put this, but like the vice president has not been very engaged within this because the SNEC is under the vice president responsibility, and we didn't have always a vice president in this position. They had a lot of resignation in this mandate and the previous mandate, so there was an issue with that. And whenever there was a vice president, there was so much busy with the national platform and communicating with the sections, so SNEC hasn't get a lot of attention. Spiko maybe?
For Spiko, since it's also the responsibility for both the partnership manager and the treasurer together, but also we evaluate the workload, and we, like for both Shell and me, wants to focus more on our own position. So thanks to Oscar, who was the previous treasurer, he decided to step up and to become the Spiko chair. So he's the main coordinator or the responsible person for our Swedish Finance Committee. Yeah. Tomorrow.
Comcom, we're gonna have a presentation from Dardo, but if you can say something about it.
I will have a presentation about Comcom. I'm representing Comcom. Right now, currently the content writer. So I will talk about what we've done so far since last semester and about recruitment. If you have questions, you need help with how to work with communication in your sections, or any questions related to communication, also you can answer. Sea Battle Organizing Committee. Woo! It's really alive because, I mean, we have stuff to do. So the Sea Battle OC, the organizing committee members, they are responsible together with me to organize the ESN Sea Battle if there's no coronavirus coming in between. Usually they stay for an entire mandate. We had some people who left because they didn't have the time anymore, or they moved, and then we had some other people that took their spots. So we have a full OC at the moment that is working really hard. So yeah. And we also had our kickoff already, which is the planetary and preparatory meeting with the entire organizing committee that we have in front of every edition. And yeah, it's quite diverse. We have one guy from Denmark, one person from Spain, one person from ESN Netherlands / Belgium. I think that's it. So it's really diverse. If you have more questions about Sea Battle OC, how to apply, whatever, I will also hold a workshop or a small session about that.
Another committee that was established last year was the ESN Sweden OC. It was created under the legal entity of ESN Sweden, so ESN Sweden was the main responsible for it. This has changed some, or not, this has not changed, but event has changed some due to the law that happened 2 days ago in Sweden that's restricting events above 500 people. But the committee was then responsible for the organization of ESN Sweden and is still at the moment. It was the main OC, but also we had different teams in the OC. I was the vice head of the OC, or I still am. And also we had supporting teams from mainly Scandinavia, and the event worked very well. At the moment we're working on some technical stuff, and we will see what's going to happen. We will keep everyone informed on what's going to happen. Sections.
All right, sections. I'll speak about it because the vice president is not present. So we try to have a body section within the national board. So every board member had a couple of sections that they are buddies, and they try to keep the stronger connection with every local section. We had a lot of talks about the whole activity level of the different sections. We're going to have more discussion about it later, and some sections are more or less responsive, some sections are more responsive. It goes back and forth, and we think we need to have a more clear structure about this and how we approach this to encourage the sections that are not responsive or inactive to be more responsive or active, or do something about it. What happened also that the section requirements got approved in the last national platform, which is going to go into effect in May. And that was the grace period for the sections to apply with the section requirements. If you don't know what they are or something, just tell us, we can share the links with you, but it was shared last national platform with your local, with the representatives that were here, and I also in the meetings with the national presidents, I also reminded them about them and talked about a couple of things. So yeah, we had some very low activity with ESN Beyond Shopping, but now we're trying to figure things out. The final discussion going around. There's not many people in the local, in Beyond Shopping taking care of the section anymore because most people left. So now we are trying to figure out, are we going to close the section or not? With the student union, we're doing the one last attempt to try to find some people who are interested to continue the work, but if no one will be stepping up in the local level, we'll have unfortunately closed ESN Shopping.
Education.
All right, education and advocacy. So we talked about it in the meetings. We finally managed to get engaged with the local sections, trying to get them to organize mobility and education events in the local level. Some of the sections, I was surprised to know that some of the sections, a couple of them, 2 or 3, already organized something similar, and some of them were motivated and they started to plan these kind of events. We also talked about Erasmus in schools, but within the education aspect. I know it's social Erasmus, but also try to put the light on how we can develop this into the education aspect and have a good appearance in the local community with the university. We had reestablished relations with the UHR, or continued, because they were already going on but went in the download during the summer, but we continued the work and it was really nice. Inviting them to AGM, the general director was planning to join EGM to give a speech at the beginning, and they were very excited to work with us, so that was really nice, and they offered lots of help for us. And we also there was a couple of other committees that we joined. I talked with you in the meetings, International Student Information Forum, the Nord Regio, and there's a lot of work going on. There's a couple of ideas for grants to apply for, and hopefully we will keep the ball rolling in this field for ESN Sweden. HR. HR has been very limited in ESN Sweden, and this also not something new for you guys. I think you also know that in the local level also there's some limitation in the human resources. It's one of the main issues that we have in ESN Sweden. I wholeheartedly think that for the next 2 years or 3 years should our main focus be on HR to solve this problem. We need to find a way to get more support for our structures, more support for our teams, more people joining, because it's been a major limitation for a lot of things that we wanted to do, a lot of the projects that we want to do. We don't have human resources for that. Yeah.
Oh damn, I can go. Nice, nice. Finances. Go fast. Okay, so as the first point says, we hired and pay our secretary. And after a long, not battle, but discussions with the tax agency, we're finally legal to hire someone and do things after a few tries. So it's really, really nice to get that going, and hopefully this will be a tool that future national boards can use to their advantage. We no longer need to hold the sum of money for insurance for our national event sea battle, which is also nice. That's the amount of 50,000 crowns, so we can just use that for not anything, but certain things. No raise, sorry. Yes, I think down here, yeah, AGM Sweden received several grants, and I think your guys' support has been really, really good, both from the community as well as other investors. But we did not, unfortunately, one of the things we wanted to try and do, I wanted to try and do, was start doing our merch and kind of have it move forward, but unfortunately that did not happen this year. Not due to lack of interest, but just both manpower and some other circumstances. Communication.
Institutional or partnership. A little bit add up on the merchandise part. I think for the national-wise, like towards the sections, yes, like I see lack of interest maybe from the sections. But for the sales towards the AGM participants is quite well, I would say. We have some income from ESN Sweden if there's AGM. And also for the partnership part, we have established the new commercial partner with Convic, the SIM card company, from casual agreement to official partner, and also with yearly commission, which is really nice. And also we have cancelled one partnership. I would say like stop renewing the partnership with Rasco. Then we signed a new contract with the travel company, Time Travel.
Communication. I can do it. So Mary and Alex were mainly together also with SCOMCOM. Throughout the year they were working on with the assistance of because the Vice Communication Manager was added last year, which made it easier to focus on social media and not having the Communication Manager do that and also the other tasks. So thanks to that, there has been a focus on increasing the reach of ESN Sweden's Instagram account, which has resulted in quite many more subscribers in the most recent months. And there is also, if you're following both the Facebook page and also the Instagram account of ESN Sweden, there has been many successful campaigns, which has both focused on educating not only ESNers but also incoming exchange students, and also the ones who are currently here about Sweden and Swedish culture, so working with the causes. And also, those of you who are at the MP Gothenburg, you also joined the Unity University campaign, which was raising awareness about social inclusion. So very nice campaigns that. And then we have the IT field. ESN Sweden no longer needs to pay for IT infrastructures thanks to Ahmed. He received NGO licenses. And there is also an ongoing process to implement a new website, a new wiki, and a new knowledge base for the national level. The G Suits account will also be transitioned to a more personal structure, so it's instead We also use alias, so we have our personal accounts but use alias. So for example, I have my own account, but I use nr@esnsweden.org as the alias. And also ESN Sweden systems and websites are hosted on ESN Sweden's infrastructures at no cost.
Yes, so let's do this quickly. I heard we're running out of time, right? Nice. So, National Platform in Gothenburg happened, yes, last fall. Really successful, I would say. It was a really nice event. Yes. Do I need to say who got elected, or can you read? Okay. Then there was also like a virtual national platform happening, because we had the vice president position still open, which we then managed to elect. There was a physical meeting happening in Lund for the NPC, right? Yeah, in January. And oh wow, where are we at right now? National Platform Karlstad. Woo! Yes, unfortunately there were no national training events, even though it was planned to do it, but we ran into some obstacles there regarding the time and participation and so on. So hopefully maybe that's a thing for the next mandate to happen, but we have implemented some structures regarding that already. Yeah, national events, wow. ESN Sea Battle Fall 2019 happened, was the 28th edition, quite successfully financially speaking. And this edition, listen to my presentation later, then you will figure out whether it's happening or not.
Projects, programs and activities. We are encouraging the sections to work within the causes of ESN and also to organize activities and events that are related to them. However, we see there's a lot of events organized related to the causes, but not all of them are being registered and reported on activities.esn.org. And this is important because this is how we can measure our impact. So we would say that mainly events are organized towards culture, health and well-being, social inclusion, education and youth. And especially we see a very strong activity for the Health and Wellbeing Week, which was organized this fall and also this week, but also ended yesterday due to the coronavirus. And also in order to better meet the needs of the network and also to work more with the causes, ESN Sweden will also transform the national representative position to a project manager. The involvement at the international level is that we have had representatives in all the statutory meetings of ESN International. We have also had members attending the community meetings for the international level. All of us have I don't have community meetings, but the rest of you do. We have also had members attending the Northern European platform and other events that ESN International is organizing. ESN Sweden also has members who are active in committees, such as ICE, COMCOM, NEC, members of the audit team, NEP regional coordinator, and also members of the educate pool. We have statutes and standing orders still, also an approved action plan. And we're working with the buddy countries, and that's kind of the year.
Okay, so we have Q&A round. We have 2 questions registered. Can ones who ask their questions come up here? There's Chantal. I hope I'm not butchering your names, by the way. And Louis.
Should I just start? Chantal, ESN Linköping. So I think most of us got the email from Mary about why she was resigning, and it was very quiet after that from the national board, and we are wondering why, and could you please comment her email now?
So, after the second email came from Mary, I thought about possibly replying and mainly focus just on answering the specific things that were brought up. I asked a couple of people on the national board, and in general thought it would be better to just come to the national platform and offer this explanation here, and I thank you for the question. There are two main points. I'm not going to go into the details of the personal accusations. That's, if you want to know anything, you have the guys here, you can ask them about their opinion, about what they think, how things were handled. But for the specific things, there were two things mainly brought up. The first one was the NR open call for the position open call and the task list. And the second one was the limitation on the role of the previous communication manager after her resignation. The first thing that was brought up about the task list, what happened is that in our position we had a lot of rotation, circular discussion about it. We didn't really manage to reach many conclusions and or like concrete decision what to do about it. Eventually, after a meeting that we had, many people had to leave, so we had only 3 people left at the end to discuss stuff, and someone had to take the initiative. I put a task description suggestion. I said that these are the positions that we can open, and the NR situation is as follows. According to our statutes, we have to open the call for the NR position, and we have 2 options. We either open it as the NR only, or as the NR with an updated task list, and I put the suggestion of the task list. I can show the, I'm not going to show the discussion, but I can show the actual post. For 5 days almost, there was no comment about anything. On the day when we're going to send the open call, there were some objections going around against opening the call for the NR position. I explained several times that we need to open the call for the NR position because it's in our statutes. It's not up to the national board to decide whether to open it or not. We have to open it, as in our statutes. Seeing that most of the objections were against something that's not in our hand and not in our control, and we need to open the call for the NR, and that's something, again, I explained in the original post that I put there. And I also know for a fact, because I asked, and when the discussion was clear, that almost everyone was in favor in updating and changing the task list of the national representative position. A decision needs to be made and initiative needs to be taken. And it was the last minute, so I went around, started asking a couple of people on the national board what they think to confirm that they approve this new suggested task list. Again, the open call for the NR had to be sent, and the objections were not against the task list. People were discussing not to open the call for the NR. At that point, I made sure that to send, for the people who didn't know what I'm talking about, I sent the task description in the chats to make sure that they know this is what they are saying yes to. And when enough people said yes, and it was already late in opening the call, considering how close was the national platform, I went ahead and I sent the application. I want to add that a very similar procedure happened in the previous semester when we opened the call for the vice president. I updated the task list. I got feedback from Eric, who just resigned, and from other people, and then I updated the task list. I asked a couple of people, do you confirm? People confirmed. I sent the open call. There was no issues around that. That's what happened. After the open call was sent, many people had issues with the task list, and things were worse, but the open call was already sent, so we had so there was nothing to be done. It was sent. We waited. When no one applied for the position before opening the recall again, that was a window for us. That's when we went around like, guys, if you want to do some updates, we can do it now, and people updated that. I just want to say that it's something personal, but I need to say it. I have no stake in how the in our position task list is going to be. I was never in the position. I'm not applying for that position. I'm not part of the next national board. I don't need to go around and make any schemes to make it in a specific way. The burden of leadership, that sometimes you need to make a decision happening and make things go forward, and a step up need to be made. And until this moment, even though there was one board member who there was misunderstanding about it, until this moment we have 4 board members who were in approval of that task list when it was sent, and it's more than half of the board, and that's enough. Comment about democracy. ESN is democratic organization. We respect the expert opinion, of course, but at the end, for example, if now the national board sends whatever update, a suggestion, and one of you guys who just joined a month ago sent that a suggestion, and the section is approved a 1 month old person suggestion, that goes, and all of our expertise for years is not counted. So we are a democratic organization, we are proud of this, and the ESN survey 2019 is, if you guys can find it online, we are proud that we are promoting these values.
I think you made your point.
The second thing I really need to answer for, because there are two things, the limitation on the previous communication manager. I don't know what happened, but within less than 24 hours after the resignation, the previous communication manager changed the cover photo of the Sea Battle Facebook group or the
Facebook page.
The Facebook page, and that's something. Even as a communication manager, she had no. Even without being resigned, has nothing. She did this without consulting the OC head or the communication people in the OC. So I was approached by the head of OC asking me to do something about it. I contacted Alex, our vice communication manager, who took care of things. Contacted him, and the exchange didn't last more than 10 minutes. Barely 6 messages. Please give Mary a more suitable position for her AGM responsibilities. He came after a while. That can't be done. I stressed that we need to do this because she's no longer the communication manager. He said list of technical reasons why this needs to be done. Since we all trust Alex, we decided that okay, this is fine. But if she does anything that's not related to AGM, we will need to remove her because it's not fair to step on other people's work without even asking them. So I think that request was reasonable back then and still reasonable right now.
It's a short one. It's a short one. I would just want to know the last part there, what you said about Mary. How is that relevant to my question? I really don't see that, because that's just talking her down. It was not relevant to the question I asked.
I was answering the email that you asked about.
I asked about the email, but the part about her changing the cover photo of ESN Sea Battle, that was not a part of my question.
But that was part of the email, so I thought you were asking about the email.
Oh, okay.
She has a reaction as well.
Yeah, it's quite related to the email that you were referring to. About mainly then the discussion about the NR position, because I was stating that I don't believe this is the right way to go, because I also see this, we also had, from the moment that we started, we also had a way to change the name. We could change the name and then not open a call for it. So I didn't agree with that process, and I was very clear from the beginning that I didn't see there was ESN Sweden would not need an NR in the future. We would better meet the needs that our network have, instead of having a position that's not really required. So that's why I was also, with my 2 years of experience, saying that we should not open a call for it, and if possible, we should find a way around it. And you also mentioned the saying that there was also a case I want to point it out. It was people who were asked about their opinion, and also when they then read it, they changed their opinion because that was not the information they were given. So after they got the true information, they gave a different, so they didn't approve it, they changed their mind. Then I also want to say, just connected to, it's kind of a comment about the resignation in the role, that I also see that it was not the first time also Mary brought it up that she wanted to resign because of different reasons. So I also see that it could have been handled in a different way, that in the end that she didn't resign. So I think that a lot of things, she already mentioned it in the beginning of December, that she sent an email that she wanted to resign, there's no actions made, and there was no actions made. For example, she couldn't come to the MP because she, due to personal reasons, she could not buy the tickets, so she asked ESN Sweden to buy it, but there was no response for that. So for me it felt very sad that
someone who fulfills their position and do the work that they couldn't come just because of that. And in the end, that led to her resignation.
Fiona Peters, ESN Lund. Is there any Facebook page or website where we can find information on social Erasmus in schools?
There is. I will share the its web page. There's a lot of information about Erasmus in schools. I'm going to share it. I'm also trying to find the time to prepare a document where it's more tailored for ESN Sweden, where we have like more specific information how we can do this and how we can get the Erasmus in school roll up in every local section. So yeah, I will share it with in the Facebook group. In the Facebook group, and then yeah, you can check it out.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Any other questions? Let me check.
Okay, we propose a speaking list closure. Anyone against that? No? Nice, good. Thank you. Please, it's your turn.
Yep.
That's your
microphone. Oh, wonderful.
Wait a moment.
Cool.
You can present me well. The presentation will come in 2 seconds. This is the clicker for the presentation.
Excellent. I'll have everything in the right order. Oh. I apologize if my next presentation is a bit dry. It's a bunch of numbers, so stay with me, please. It'll be over shortly. Although pay attention enough because you do have to vote on some things afterwards. But yeah, we'll get to that when we get to it.
Okay.
Excellent.
Please stay there.
Of course.
As we need to guarantee.
I can do that. Of course, of course. So hello everyone. I think I've introduced myself to you all already, but for those online listening, my name's Shell. I'm the National Treasurer for ESN Sweden. And so kind of an overview of what I'm going to be talking about today. I will, as the first slide suggests, I will give you the financial result of our year last year. Then I will move forward towards what we have spent this year. And then there will be finishing up with the budget update proposal, which then you guys will be voting on afterwards. And before I get to that though, you know, as we all know with the events that have happened the last few days, the budget will probably have to be updated again in the next coming few months. So this update for now is very tentative. So moving forward, overview of part one. As I said, how have we progressed since NP Göteborg? And it'll be separated into 3 parts: incomes, expenses, and the final result, of course. Incomes. So these are our main sources of income for ESN Sweden. We have the membership fee, which you guys pay to us, and as well as the membership fee that gets paid to ESN International. These 2 things are combined in the invoice that I will probably send to you guys next week. So please watch out for that. And it'll kind of be broken down a little bit more in the later slides. So for last year, of course, we got all the participation fees, or not participation, sorry, membership fees for both of these things. We no longer are part of the DIVE project, so there's no money coming in from that grant. Incomes from sponsorships, as you can see, it's a little bit more than we planned for. This is due to our new partnership with Time Travels. They give us a bit more money than we got before, due to the participation of more sections, which is explained in our contract with them. Next up is Sea Battle. Spring, the number remained the same.
One thing, those kind of things were supposed to be known before, not during his presenting. Yeah? Okay, thank you. I don't know how to stop the ice cream. No, wait.
We're on pause. Oof. Oops.
What if we don't show the numbers, but they can hear him speaking? Is it possible? Okay, thank you. They can see you, but they don't see anything.
Okay. So I'll come back over here again. So I'm going to look over here for sure. Yeah, so like I said, nothing changed from Sea Battle 2019. Sea Battle Autumn Edition We were well under what we budgeted for, but this is just due to the lower amount of participants than expected. But with that does not mean that we lost a ton of money, because the costs as well go down with fewer participants. Furthermore, there's ESN card orders. We got 77,000 for that, and other incomes we reached about 10,000, and that's just other things running around, merchandise, as well as reimbursements for other things. No, now it's not doing anything.
You have to come back to you.
Yeah.
Okay, go for it.
Does it work? Aha! Expenses, the fun part. No, I'm just kidding. Of course, as I mentioned before, we have to pay a membership fee to ESN International, which we collect from you guys. So of course that has to be paid, which is why it's a nice 100%. The DAD project, as it was kind of being cancelled, we didn't pay that much for it. Again, Sea Battle Spring and Autumn, those are the numbers there. I can just make a note, as I realized I didn't put it up in my presentation. For Sea Battle Autumn, we made a profit of 200,000 Swedish crowns, which got us back on track with our budget, as we didn't make as much in the spring edition, so they kind of balanced each other out, which is really nice. And I'd like to thank you all for sending your students to Sea Battle. Please do it again. You make Ellen happy. We didn't ESN card costs. I mean, that's just what it costs to buy them and send them out to sections. Others, we didn't really have any other expenses last term. External costs, travel costs, that's the big one here. We spent nearly 100,000 crowns on travel costs to do events. This is in part due to having some of our board members as well as committee members outside of Sweden. Thus, these travel costs add up more and more. And unfortunately, that was something unavoidable, as we do need to send people to attend different events. Participation fees, we're kind of right on budget there. It's almost perfect. Other ESN event costs, this is essentially costs that do not get covered by your participation fee. And a child.
Just heard about Sea Battle.
Yeah, we have a new participant coming. Yeah, sure. Section visits, we have money there, but it usually doesn't get used, as we had a very unstable vice president position this term. After that, costs for other representations. We didn't really send anyone to represent us anywhere else. Membership in LSU, we canceled our membership, so we don't pay anything. ESN Sweden committees. Committees have a budget, but it hasn't been used in years, I think. So always good to have money there, but no one spent any of it. So for you, part of committee, or those of you who are thinking about joining committees or a part of one already, there is a budget for you, and it will remain to be there. ESN Sweden 20-year anniversary, that was like last year or the year before, so don't need that. Secretary, we had a budget of 30,000 that. We spent a little over 5,000 of that. The reason why this is a little low is there should be a bit more in there to account for the taxes, but since we had troubles with the tax agency, they gave us a little bit of time to come up with those, so those have been paid this year, or will be paid this year, so thus they are not part of last year's budget. Board, kickoff 2019, we spent 4,000 crowns on it, pretty decent. Transition weekend, spent 14,000, even though that number is actually wrong. The percentage number, I apologize for that. Board meetings, we only spent 5,000 last term, and I think that was just to book the cottage that the board members were staying in. Grants to host MPs, of course we pay those because we want these events to keep happening. Grants for sections and individual grants. We spent nearly what we said we would, and again, that number is, the percentage is wrong. I must be taking the wrong column. But we spent under that. The reason we spent under that amount is because there was a few people who sent in their reimbursements this year. Thus, that is accounted for this year's, or it's not accounted for in last year's budget, unfortunately. So please in the future send your reimbursement requests on time within the 2 week you are given. Buddy section cooperation, yeah, we don't really have that happening, so there's nothing spent there. Grant for AGM Sweden, we were supposed to give them 100,000, but something happened, so we only gave them 96,000. I think they'll be able to manage with that, though, because the invoice for that was a bit wrong at the end. And the final page for last year, storage room, we paid a bit more. Office supplies, we paid a bit more, it happens. Bookkeeping system, well, we have to have that in order for legality reasons and whatnot. Gadgets and clothes, I believe that tab has remained the same since the last NP. We spent all of it. IT costs were nicely lower than before due to Ahmed's great work in getting free upgrades and whatnot. And finances, bank fees, less than budgeted for. External accountant was significantly more than we budgeted for, and I think this has come down to we changed the financial year for ESN Sweden a year ago, and the thing is we paid the accountant based on the last financial year. So that payment is for 2018, and we kind of had a cross of two financial periods during that time during the transition. So that's why the accounting fee is much higher, because they charge by the hour, and the more time we take from them, the more they charge. And other external costs is again other things that we did not plan for, and we spent roughly what we said. So our total result at the bottom here is, instead of going minus 9,000, we went minus 35,000. Now some of you might be like, whoa, that's a lot. Well, it isn't really, because we have, what's the word? Oh gosh, Oscar, help me. Incomes that we don't have yet. Anyway, that's on the next slide anyways. Accounts receivable, thank you. I don't know why I forgot that word. We have 24,000 accounts receivable. That is just what I've invoiced. There is more that should be there, and I think that number is closer to 40,000 in accounts receivable. That is both sections and organizations owing us money. Some of you guys I do need to talk to about what you owe us, but that will be discussed later. So this is kind of the year end, how much we had. So our total assets were 623,000 at the end of the year. A lot of this is due to the AGM account, which I've given full control, the board has given full control of the AGM OC, so they are in charge of that account, we just oversee it. But apart from that, yeah, this is the end of the first part. Part 2. This is the, I put the budget proposal first. Hang on. Part 3. Okay, we'll do current spending first and then the budget proposal, just to keep things nice and smooth. So, this is going to be an update of what we've spent so far this year, or what we've received so far this year. So far we haven't really received anything except for Sea Battle Spring, because ticket sales went open last week. And our other incomes is at 9,000 crowns. This is due to our t-shirt sales for the AGM, which Alice has very, very nicely been doing for us, so we're making some money there. Costs. Well, we haven't really paid for anything apart from the Sea Battle Spring. That money is just for the hostel as well as some small reimbursements for events. ESN cards, we paid a bit due to needing to ship them out to the sections. But again, it's also too early in the year for really much of this stuff to happen. Page 2, travel costs. It's really only been Michaela traveling around at this point. Participation fees, it's that much because we paid for AGM, which is why, and for those of you who are also paying for AGM, you know how expensive it is, which is why we've spent so much already. 000, cost for other representations. This is due to Taha going to represent us during other events. Taha and Michaela, actually, as mentioned in the update prior to this presentation. And the secretary, we of course have to pay her for her wonderful work with us. Board meetings, that amount is there for the physical meeting that was held at the beginning of this year, because we can't account it for last year, it goes into this year's budget. So they spent 3,000 there, which is quite good actually. Grants to host MPs, haven't paid that yet because this MP isn't over yet. Grants for sections and individual grants, that money again, that is accounted for. Someone had a late reimbursement for a grant they received last year, and I decided to give it, so it's accounted for this year's budget. The final page of this, storage room, paid an invoice for that. Bookkeeping system, paid an invoice for that. Gadgets and clothes, just regular invoices. IT costs, we had a server upgrade, which I discussed between myself and Ahmed. So now that that's all done, it's all been paid for, and it's really, really good. Bank fees, about where they should be. External accountant, that invoice is actually from last year, as I mistakenly paid an invoice. I didn't include the VAT, and maybe some of you have done that, but yes. So far, we're not looking too bad. I know it's not much to show because it's so early in the year, but hopefully we stick to a good budget this coming year. So then finally, my last part of the presentation will be the update, even though it says part 2. This is actually part 3, I'm sorry. So budget proposal update from 2020. So this is something mostly me and Taha talked about. There's only a couple things that we've updated now, but as I mentioned before, a new update will probably have to come out judging on how both AGM and C-Battle happen. Incomes. I believe everything here is about the same, except for AGM Sweden, because we had a new updated budget from them, thus their costs changed, so it's reflected here. But of course, or their incomes changed, sorry, but as their incomes change, their costs change as well, and the net is still 0. Cost and income is the exact same. I believe for this, there's also no changes here. External costs. It was mainly, the main thing we wanted to change was the secretary. We wanted to increase the budget there just so the new national board would be able to utilize it more in general. It's been really, really helpful this year, I think, with helping our organization move forwards. So we'd like to give them some more money in order to accomplish more tasks, especially this summer if we're applying for any grants. Continuing forward, nothing new there, nothing new here. Bookkeeping system has been doubled. This is due to the fact that we needed another account for the AGM team to do. So you have another account that costs twice as much. That's why it's double. And I believe that is it. That is all the updates. So the two changes is an increase in 10,000 for the secretary, as well as 1,200 for the bookkeeping system. And so that is the only 2 changes for the budget this year that we proposed. And that is it for me.
You have other parts of your presentation?
No.
No?
Nope.
Awesome, and you took only half the time.
Exactly. I told you I'd be fast.
Thank you.
Now they have all the questions for me, right? Yeah.
Yeah, there is another part. Okay.
No. I fast forward to part 3 and then went back to part 2.
Sorry,
Yes, that's. I organized it the wrong way.
So right now there are no questions. Is anyone still typing? Okay, so no questions that we missed or anything. Looks like a no. In that case, we're finished, and can we go to lunch now, or is it too early, or is it fine?
In 5 minutes. So we can have group picture first?
We're taking the group picture in front of the hostel. There's one thing we realized that we did not really get written consent from you whether it's okay for you to get photographed. And you probably saw the photographer taking pictures. Should any one of you not be okay with that and doesn't want that, please inform the OC and give them your name, and then they will make sure that your face will get blurred out of any pictures, and then there will be no more pictures of you. So just as a quick notice. And then in that case we're going to the hostel, we're going to take a group picture there, then we will have lunch, and we will continue at let me cut that. We are here just a second, sorry.
I can go back now.
Okay, and we will continue 2:10. So whatever you're going to do after the group picture, make sure that you are here, ready to continue at 2:10. Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes, there's a question.
Will this room be locked so we can leave our computers, or should we bring them?
Yeah, it's locked.
Yeah, the room locks automatically.
No, not having any press release.
Thank you, Oscar.
Everyone have a birthday. Say.
That's why we stop drinking water.
One of the last stops.
Speaking about that anyway.
So guys, whoever wants to buy candy juice? Yeah, and someone who wants to see someone?
We say American, even though I'm so that people speak
And also
entire board has been changed by the
you're gonna get some on the street.
What would that be a presentation, or will she send an email that we're reading aloud, or what would it be like?
I think it was just like
She can answer by email, yeah.
Yeah, I think maybe that's not bad.
Because agenda-wise, we need a vote if we need to advertise about that.
yeah, and I think we cannot just randomly assign the sections to the post.
Yeah. Hmm? Yeah, I can do it.
No, Mary asked me to. But what would that look like? Will she send an email that we're just reading? That's the question. Okay, I'll ask
Any news on the wallet?
No, seems no one found it. Now the company will explore better, but
Everything sucks.
yes.
Everything sucks balls. I hate everything. Have you done both?
Yeah, we can.
We are having right now with my coordinator, that our coordinator, office coordinator wants to cancel our participation to AGM. All of it. He doesn't understand that this is postponed. He doesn't care that it is postponed. He just wants us to get the money back.
I randomly check sometimes in my
It's not really going
it's
to
around
happen
there,
at
but
this
no.
point. We don't want to lose our spots.
I feel so stupid because
That's why we're having issues with him. You're asking me about that? So we go for lunch?
yes.
Do we need
More than 1 hour.
Yeah, if it's possible, yes.
No, just
Yeah, we will move it on.
awesome. Oh no, it's
Next
so nice.
time, please. Yeah, the streaming guy say this one before.
Yeah, I know.
This
I'm
is-
sorry. This is our fault. Yeah, we should have told you about it.
Like streaming is a bit delicate. Yeah.
We should have mentioned the budget. That's our fault.
Yeah.
But thank you for managing.
Just create a guide to the sheet.
Yes,
He's actually missing a lot.
Something just do it. This is it.
I think it's
Steal one thing twice.
Oh, we having lunch in the So is it getting served to my table or?
Was ist los?
Alright.
Was ist los?
Corona.
Ach, Corona. Herzlich willkommen.
That would be really.
Do you want to keep on that?
Good? Yeah.
Yeah.
The keeper of the keeper.
Let's do it. I hate everything. It sucks.
No. Well, she decides, but
Sorry.
sorry.
I just would like to leave one window slightly open while we're gone.
We're not allowed, but
No?
we can do it when you come back. It takes really good. And if you feel it's too hot, you can also control it.
Okay, no, it's just a bit stuck in here. Seems like cooking.
Oh, yeah, remember. So, now is the thing. Then we have lunch. The lunch is fully vegan, so. Still have some chili cheese. Yeah. One vegan dish that everybody will like.
It's so great. Like I was like talking to the people and we were like, oh yeah, like 11th to 13th would be like the perfect day to have it, and that was exactly the day that she suggested.
Really?
And I'm like, yes,
Well,
please save it for us. I mean, we don't know how the situation will develop.
Exactly.
And I don't want you to close any sales because I mean, you know, if you can still have some people traveling, then go for it. I don't want to limit you guys in that. But I was like, yeah, that's so amazing.
Yeah. No, that's really good that we have this space. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's really awesome. Seriously.
Yeah,
Because like,
no,
I
we
love
just-
glass edition. I really love it.
Yeah, but I mean
The
it's a
whole,
bit difficult because some students are like about to leave and they have their exams and whatnot. But it looks like that for most of the countries. What? How the fuck did I manage to get stuck here? Hey? Yeah, but so it looks like that for the majority of the people that would actually be great. But if no one has taken it and it's inside the hostel, that means that you haven't locked the door.
Yeah, we locked the door. That's right.
Oh, that's a problem.
Oh, that is good to forget the key.
Yeah, I will take my bag with me in your key, please.
You know what? I'm gonna take maybe somewhere. Oh, you have to go in the room, right? Oh, come on. You forgot this. Come on. You need this photo, you know? Welcome to the jungle.
How long is the break?
1 hour.
Okay,
But let's say 1 hour, 20 minutes.
Yeah, just thinking whether I should take my laptop with me to continue.
I'm like in a time constraint because we ordered something special. Yeah. So that one will close. I thought that one will need to close. Oh, okay. Huh? I don't know if you ask I've asked before, but I think something to do with the permission.
Yeah,
Especially
that's
that-
what I was wondering because
that
it's
zone.
super difficult to get a permission because you need like a proper like flying permission.
How Okay, so maybe it's in your pocket somewhere.
No. Hey, phone. Hello. Come back to your owner.
We still have one more coffee break before the end of the day, right?
Yes.
Okay. So that's in the middle of the candidacy then?
No. Before we have all candidates, I think. No. We still have some other stuff. And then we have the coffee break, and then there's all candidates.
Right.
So we can start moving all the coffee break stuff outside. It is all very pretty.
Oh yeah.
And it's fine to put it outside, I guess. I think so. Yeah, it's sort of, so that nobody steals it, yeah. People in Scandinavia don't steal.
No. None.
And you have 1 hour delay, so that doesn't mean.
Yeah, but as long as we don't actually leave the room, because that is generally the problem, or it has been the problem at other national platforms, that we're being kicked out of the building and they have to move them to a platform.
Yeah, genau. Oh, there it comes.
Okay, look, let's do it.
Okay.
Let's go with you.
Thank you. That's very nice of you.
What's your job? We don't want to Have you learned anything fun about Sweden so far?
No. I would like to say that your pronunciation is very good.
I was surprised.
I was very surprised.
The section names.
Yeah.
I practiced a lot.
Yeah, it was going good. I was like, ooh.
Okay. Thank you. That makes me happy because I did practice a lot.
It's just less fun.
We tried.
Yeah, I mean, it's much more fun when we have people from like Riga or something like that. Scripted.
Perfect. And what was it? Was it water? And Interesting. Okay. Orevo. Blah blah blah.
It had much more fun pronunciation.
I can imagine. I will have problems reading your names out loud. I'm sure of that. So you can make fun of that.
When will you be reading your name?
Örebro.
I mean, there's a lot of very international and even people with you're fine.
So for the chance for the elections of like board position and stuff like that, is that?
Why is the window open?
Because right? Or we be the ones that
okay.
watch it over there.
Just somewhere it doesn't bother, like in the corner maybe.
And I think it would be just too a lot.
They will write it on that paper.
And then I can
Well, in this case, since we're already here, I think we should just
Yeah, but they were going to buy something, I think. Also. Let me check if we still have the streaming room. Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
You just needed a better PC.
Oh shit, it's me! Holy shit. I was up for that.
I don't think in my whole ESN life I think I've never watched a stream.
I watched your stream, Melinda.
Really? Huh.
Alice, by chance did they call you?
No.
Okay, no. Can I have the phone and call them again? Because they told me call me back.
The Italians are also doing it in Italian. The Turkish people are doing it in Turkish. It's only the Germans who are the fools.
Well, I was in a German MP, it was a German.
Yeah, that was before we changed it. I think
Yeah, exactly.
I want to change it. I'm one of those people who wants to change it. Thank you for
Here it is.
This is so weird. Talking about like English updates and like, yeah, but just think it's talking about yeah, but there's everything that we do. And there was on the last slide on like national updates. It's like there's meeting.
Thank you. Are you from Czechoslovakia?
Probably
And like all I had was Medica, and then the end was like it just like something with Medica. What? You're fine, Henry? I collected so much stuff from NP.
So good. I will leave for around 20 minutes.
I've been to Finland before, but I've
Streaming.
we don't have any like streaming crazy.
No, just consider that currently the presentation is shown in an extended desktop. So, yeah, like. So this is the desktop you can actually see. And the mouse is not because it is not. Okay. Or you can come as well. Yeah. This is a streaming platform and is a mess. Don't follow that one. I mean, if the streaming doesn't work for 20 minutes, no problem. You can reduce that one. And here we have the presentations. The presentation, our one. I'm adding those things. But basically, it's the presentation you did.
yeah, and we don't need it today anymore.
Yeah, we don't need today, so that's why I'm adding lunchtime. Blah, blah. Then you have this folder, Friday, it's there. And you have in a row the agenda topics.
Okay, then my question is, what about the audio of the video candidacies?
They can hear us from there. Hi.
No. Not the, oh yes, fuck, because you have the contact with the people that we're going to call it.
Yes, I will leave you. I can leave you the numbers.
So we do it with the phone.
With the phone, and you can do that.
And the phone is connected with that one. Are we doing it at that time?
Yeah, exactly. I don't explain that to you because it's a bit complicated. If I will be there, so let's check the agenda. If it's
Yeah, you will literally leave when the candidate presentation starts.
yeah, but I will be there at 5, which is
Yeah, so you're missing all candidates. Like you're.
what the fuck?
Yeah, you're leaving at the worst possible time.
Oh yeah. Can't we post it?
No, that would be so rude.
Well, you just shift the place.
No, we cannot tell the candidates you have to present right now. We cannot do that. Or you mean everyone that's not there in the end?
In the end, yeah.
Okay, that's good.
Like from this lot I will be there because the bus leaves at 4:45, so I will be there.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Is it in Italian I will be there or in actual?
They will drive with the car, the Swedish will drive. So if you want, I can configure this one with a phone. It's pretty easy. Nothing. The microphone is there. And I will connect this one with the speaker, like if you are hearing music. So actually people will hear from that and they can speak there.
That would be cool, but for now I will just shift all the people that are not there. It's nice because it will be a bigger problem if we couldn't figure out.
We need a phone actually to quick call, so I will anyway need a phone to configure now. So, wait, we are speaking to do it on wait, phone was the last one first. Let me check what we did.
I'm just shifting all so okay, we have to watch it.
Do you have Skype?
Yeah, I do.
We should do that.
Yeah, let's go.
By the way, Stephanie asked me to put a topic on Friday after
That's a good measure then, I guess. That you are in the movement group, right? What are you going to do with the friends
now it would be 17. Now, and
14:55.
Fika is probably not anyone time anyway, so it should be fine. Okay. Is this the participants or I don't know? It's the only way I can get it to have the same views as
I'm not understanding what you're saying. I'm not sure if you're touching yourself.
I'm not trying to change anyways.
She was with the car, she told me something, but she was going so fast I couldn't see it.
Because I asked you right before, were you touching to yourself?
I really didn't hear the voice, she went with the only I really didn't understand what she was saying.
Can I have one?
Okay, so should we continue or no?
Yeah, I would say yes.
Okay.
No, why
presentations make no sense today.
We need wait a moment. We need to fix that.
I got something. Better than nothing. True.
So how did you do that?
I close the current presentation there, which is a second screen. You can see in small also here. So you close this one.
Yeah.
Now you go back to
the folder.
I mean the second screen with the mouse. Just remember that the mouse can disappear because it is in the other screen. Then you open the presentation, and it's not showing there. You have to move it outside. It's going there. You can see?
Oh, yeah, I can see that.
Then you do view, full screen mode.
Okay. And then you go back to the stream, or?
Then you, regarding this other presentation lunchtime, I can easily close that.
Okay, so basically I just have to close the presentation, open the next one and shift it into the other screen.
Yeah.
And I don't even touch the screen.
Yeah, just notice that when you do something in this screen, the mouse becomes inactive in the second one. So if you don't go to the second one and click, the clicker will not function.
Oh, so the mouse needs to be in the other screen.
Yeah, and be clicked there actually. Watch out.
Is there any question on either of these?
Posties and review.
That has a. Okay.
That's yours.
Can we continue, please? Thank you, very nice. The next presentation is by Michaela. It's about international updates, and there will be no question round.
Yeah, any chances as well. Are we keeping the door open or are we closing it? Thank you. So I'm going to present you some updates, what has been happening in ESN, mainly on international level since last MP. Just a quick recap, maybe you're new to ESN and you don't know what this international level is, so I will just do a quick recap. So as you know, ESN works on 3 different levels. We have the local level, where you have the sections. We also have then the national level, where we have then the national organizations, so for example the National Board of ESN Sweden. And then we have the international level with different teams, the international board, and so on. The local level, ESN consists of 500 plus sections, around 520 something. And we exist now in 42 different 42 different countries. We actually just became 42 around 1 month ago. And we all work then daily with international students. This is then the map. It's a bit outdated because it's since CNR Palermo in June. Now Albania, which is here, has joined the network. And also Moldova was the country that joined in February in Istanbul. The national level was nothing. International level. We have then the international board, which has 1 year mandate. They work from mid of July to mid of July each year. They are also elected by the sections. So your section representatives who were at HL Thessaloniki, they elected these people. We have Kostis, president from ESN Greece. We have Tajana, the vice president from ESN Croatia. We have Frau, who's the treasurer from ESN Portugal. Sabina, the communication manager, she's from ESN Romania. And we have Kaspars, who's the WPA, the web project administrator from ESN Latvia. And to support these people who work day and night, they have also the secretariat, which is the headquarter, and we also have teams supporting them. So now we're going to see what then has happened, so you're updated on the international level of the organization since October. We had a nice delegation who went to the Northern European platform, which is one of the regional platforms. Every country belongs to one region. There are 5 regions in ESN. And we have some people who are here as well who joined this delegation. We had a lot of fun and we learned a lot. And it was in Finland, in Vasa, and we met sections from the whole Northern Europe. And this year it will be held in Sweden, in Lund. Yay! So I hope you will join there, because some people said they came home and they brought back a lot of fresh ESN spirit, information on how to improve events, promote the section, ESN in general, also how to empower the section members and make them value the work they do and further build upon it. Also motivation, many ideas for events and workshops, and knowledge on the network. So really take the chance, both because it's in Sweden, it's hosted by one of our sections, and because it's a great event. As I need to say, I made this presentation I think Tuesday, so things were a bit different then, sadly. So also during NEP, there was an initiative from the International Erasmus Games team, and regions competed against each other, and in sport challenges. And actually, the Northern European region won, and we gathered the most kilometers. Really great. And yeah, let's do the same for AGM. Let's see. There also was the international committee recruitment, where we had a few ESNers from Sweden who joined different committees. And the open call will probably be launched in the spring for the next time. So if you're interested to join one of these, they work, for example, within the field of education, communication, finances, partnerships, IT, and also network care. And again, Neplun 2020, exciting. Actually, for the first time since 2014, there is a section in ESN Sweden that will host this event, so very proud of you. And there was also a restructure of the CNR mailing list. The CNR mailing list is a mailing list that is not just for the CNR, but it's also the main communication channel within ESN. So that's kind of if you want to get the information, what's happening on international level, and also other information that your section can take part in. And some of you have already signed up for it to be part of it. So if you want to join either with your ESN email or just your private personal one, you can do that as well. So this is also in the ESN Sweden Facebook group. But otherwise, you can just click on this link and you can sign up to get more information. It's very good. And then there was the social inclusion days in the fall, where your section you organize activities for it. It's always, as I said in my updates, it's very nice to see that you take part in these initiatives promoting causes. And as Kostis emailed yesterday, it will unfortunately be cancelled as it's now the one which will go in the spring edition. And also Star Awards, which is an award initiative from the Network Committee. They have an award which is called Star Awards, where you may have submitted something from your section for AGM to promote and showcase the work you're doing in your section. It was a new concept, and for example, they added the Network Award, where countries could submit something they were proud of and wanted to showcase. There are 14 countries who submitted something, and it's the network that decides who actually get the award. You can't, in Eurovision, you can't vote for your own country, same here. So you can't vote for Sweden, but you can vote for the other countries. Sweden joined with the Unity and Diversity campaign that was done at the NP Gothenburg. And only the local presidents in each section can vote. The deadline is the 23rd of March, so in about 10 days. So don't forget to vote. I, together with Alice and Taha, we attended Council of National Delegates in Lisbon, which is a bigger CNR, so it involves also 3 delegates from each country in order to make the work of the CNR and the board more, it's going to be shown to the whole network instead. And the main outcomes of that event was that ESN Albania became a member of the Southeastern European Platform. The sharing team for AGM Sweden was elected, and also the organization committee for the first ever General Assembly was also elected. And it was also the last CMD ever because of the structural changes. So the first OC that will host the General Assembly will be the General Assembly in Vilnius. And that will take place for the national organizations in November this year. And another initiative that was going on this fall was the Health and Wellbeing Week. Seen a lot of great initiatives, which is very nice to see. And also, it was happening until yesterday, and that says May, but it's supposed to say March. So yeah, very nice to see as well. Oh, that was shit quality. Then it's the 1 month ago, I went to the CNR Marmara in Istanbul, which was a very nice event. Thank you, Turkey. And the main outcomes from there was that there were some amendments to the international statutes and standing orders, so the legal documents that was proposed by the board, was supported by the CNR to go to the AGM. There was also a student organization from Mostar in Bosnia-Herzegovina that was also approved to be a candidate section to become a member. Then we had ESN Chisinau in Moldova that became a full member of ESN, and which means that we're now 42 countries at present. And we also got some, for example, for the president, has also, as mentioned, people supporting in the field of advocacy here. For that, there are the ESN officers, and I believe there were 3 elected, 1 Olivia, congratulations, LinkedIn. And also there was some feedback to the international section consultation guidelines working group about how these guidelines should look for the consultations of sections. And yes, the new members or candidate members. And yes, now we have the nice slides. I say the best for last. There was also on the international level the preparation for AGM, and I made some promotion for that, which I believe worked. We got a lot of people signed up for AGM, we got a big delegation, so I believe that these experiences and people sharing how AGM was for them was a good way to get you motivated to join this event. Yeah. And these were the, yeah, I made this on Tuesday. These were the people who were supposed to share, or in April to be continued. You will get updates, what's happening and so on. I will talk to CT about something later. Yes, so we had Kyriakos from Greece, we had Robert from Poland, Ola from Belgium, and Simon from Germany. And yes, again. So I was the NR for 2 years, and my main work was within the international level and between the local level and the national level. So I was doing this for 2 years now, and it's been really a roller coaster, a level ride, and I enjoyed it a lot, even though it had its ups and downs, and especially the work with the sections has been great, and I learned so much, and I really didn't think it was gonna be the way it was, but it was great. So I have 1.5 months left, and I was really hoping that would be the end in AGM in Sweden. I was saying to the delegation for AGM that it would be such a good end, also after working 1.5 years for something, with your local students and so on, to end, to show that what great things that we can also do in Sweden, to show it for the whole network. So that would be a great goodbye for the position as well. And yeah, I think what I enjoyed the most was leading delegations at NEP and AGM. It was really my favorite being on the position and the work that I did. So yeah, see you at AGM, let's see. But yeah, thank you.
I was trying to.
Oh, don't do that. Okay.
Next one.
Are you ready to continue?
Yeah.
Okay, the next one is post-ESN review, and there will be a question round, so if you hear anything that interests you, shoot your questions in the form, and then we'll have a nice question round.
Yes, and then we're going to talk about this structural change that I've talked about so much. As you know, I mentioned I enjoyed the most with leading delegations. Radio was not my favorite thing that I did for these 2 years, but hopefully lead to good things, I hope.
Can you come here, please?
Oh, okay, that's what it for.
I didn't tell you.
Yes. So hopefully you have some basic, you heard about it before and so on, but I can tell you some more still. Let's make a quick recap of what it is. So you can just approach me if you have more questions, if it still feels that questions are about it afterwards. But basically, ESN review is about the structural change of the internal organization of ESN. That is to make it more sustainable. It has also been a several-year-long process that has began even before I joined ESN, and also it was approved at AGM Thessaloniki last year in April that was going to happen. The reasons for the structural change of the organization, why we're actually doing this, is to get more quality discussions, because at the moment it's not happening with the experts of the fields. For example, now every country have a NR, which is supposed to be the experts of all fields. For example, I'm not an expert on the finances. Kjell is an expert on the finances. That's why we want to make sure that the experts in the field handle the discussions with experts in your field, in your local levels as well, so that the national treasurer also talks to the local treasurers. It's also about the workload on local level. At the moment, you're the one with the decision-making power of the organization. It will be the national organizations later, so the countries. Because I guess that your focus is not on the legal documents, on the strategic matters of ESN International. It's on your local students and your local activities. There's also then the distance between the decision-making and the decision-taking. So for example, last year I was going to each of the CNR events. I was taking part of that, but in the end, at AGM, I did not have a vote or a say. So it's a distance there that you prepare the whole year, and then it's the sections. There's also a lot of different voting systems which make it very complicated to explain what ESN is, how it works. It takes a process to do that. So for example, we have 3 different voting systems, which complicates things. And there's also too many meetings. I don't know, I think I'm away more than I'm home, and it takes time. So, which is not really sustainable. I think everyone who's been on national, international level in ESN can agree about many meetings. So, let's see what we actually will change, which starts on the 15th of July this year. There will be, also I focus what's actually relevant for you to know, what's going to change. So, for the statutory meetings, at the moment you have 1, you have the AGM. It will change to be 2 meetings called the General Assembly, which is for the national organizations, so for the countries. We're also going to have a non-statutory meeting, which is the Erasmus Generation. Sorry, it's a bit misleading. But the Erasmus Generation meeting, the EGM, is not going to be a statutory one. So it's going to be a big network training meeting, interactive event where you meet other local sections. So you don't need to sit in plenary rooms, sit and vote. So you can actually do things that actually give content and also give knowledge to your sections and empower yourself. Do you know about the European Youth Event in Strasbourg? Okay, no, it's a bit like that. There will also be, apart from this, we will have other meetings, of course. For example, community meetings for the national board members, national board trainings, the regional platforms. You will still meet the section from Northern Europe, committee meetings, but they are not statutory. So this is kind of what EGM could be like. They could have a fair where, for example, a career fair, mobility fair. There could be workshops, other sessions, knowledge exchange hub. They could have solving problems that you have facing your local sections with other sections. Problem solving hub, ID lab. You think of a great event, and there's also other sections you can brainstorm about that. A campfire, Erasmus Generation Speaks Up. So all this interactive content, which actually when you go home, you bring something back and ideas and motivation and so on. So as I said, it's a non-statutory event. All sections have 1 spot, so you can always send 1 person minimum there. And the aim of the event is to offer a platform for practice sharing, learning and networking for ESN volunteers. It's going to be held once per year, so in the spring, and it's 5 days as AGM is today, arrival of Thursday and then leaving on Monday. The content, as I said, is not decided, but it could be, for example, board sessions, additional board candidate sessions, workshops, keynote speakers, interactive consultations, sessions with partners, job fair, panel debates, and so on. And the event that you will still go to for as a local member are NEP and EGM. So you still have places to meet and meet outside of ESN Sweden, but also internationally. And the voting. There will be no direct voting power from the sections on matters, but you will vote, the national board will vote on behalf of you, so they are accountable for the work, and you also have the, what is it called, the right to, yeah, I can't come up with it, but they are accountable for you. So you have the right to say you're not doing what you're supposed to do, and you're also not doing what we want you to do. So there will be consultations by the national board at MPs, but also online. For example, with the budget, then the national treasurer can consult the local treasurers on the matter. So your feedback is very important, and your impact as well. And also the MP will also be a national assembly, which some countries have already changed it to. Some new additions that don't exist today, but will start to exist then after July this year. So it's the sections initiative, and which is where you can actually propose a topic to the General Assembly. So even though it's national boards who go there, you can still make sure that this topic should be brought up. So for example, you don't think that ESN should keep a certain partner, then you can also propose that. For example, it was proposed in Malmö that to have a discussion about the Ryanair partnership, because it's not according to environmental sustainability, which we support as a cause. So for example, that could be a topic that is brought up to the General Assembly. And in order to have it to the agenda, you need to get support from other sections in the network. So a certain percentage is required for that, which means you still have a say what's going to be discussed on the statutory meeting. There's also the referendum, which is if you feel that a decision that was taken, you don't support that, you don't agree with that. Then you could also raise this referendum to revert a decision, but it's also that it should be an exception and not a rule. And sections can also be asked about your opinion on a certain matter, either by the General Assembly or by the International Board. There will also be section consultations. So, as I mentioned, that the national organizations will vote on behalf of you. Then they have to have some kind of guidelines or process to do that. This is also a bit in the making. So there was a draft presented in Istanbul, but we will see what's happening with that. It's kind of being a bit rewritten as well. But according to the statutes, every country then needs to have statutes or established procedures with outlined democratic structures and decision-making processes to consult the sections and represent their interest. So as you see, your opinion still matters and is important because it's also going to guide the national board's work and also their decision-making. And also a national organization needs to consult their sections before a General Assembly. And they are still in the making. So I hope you're prepared for this new structure of the organization, because it's going to be more adapted to the life cycle of a volunteer, which we all know is quite short, and it's also going to be more sustainable towards that. It's also more practical in the sense of having a representative democracy, and also where you have your elected representatives accountable for the work that they are doing. And that's it.
There are no questions so far. Is anyone still typing or thinking about asking a question? Nice.
Okay, we end the plenary tomorrow.
I think so, yes. Well, in that case, oh well.
You're released from your duty.
You're released, thank you. And the presentation was also 5 minutes shorter than anticipated. Oh well, so the next one would be ESN Battle by Alan.
What is this?
You gotta tell us.
You should know that. We don't know, of course. Never was in Sea Battle.
Yeah. I wish I would know.
Oh yeah, and there will also be a question round, so if you have questions, which
Do I
would
have
be
to
cool,
stand here so that people can see
feel free to
my
type them.
pretty
Because
face?
we don't know
Yes.
anything about sea battles, so we would love to find out.
Yes, what
So
is
please
it?
ask questions.
Perfect. So how do I do this without screwing it up? When I want to go to the next
cross.
slide, this?
Yes, go to the cross.
Yeah, yeah, okay. It's just like at the AGM on the floor. On the
Yes.
stage. This is next slide.
Yes, at the
Okay.
end, if you're bad, a door will open and you will fall.
Okay. La la la. All right. Can I start?
Nice. Hello everyone. My name is Ellen. I'm the National Event Manager, which makes me, together with my lovely Sea Battle Organizing Committee, responsible for an event called Sea Battle. Yeah, you might wonder what Sea Battle is about. I will explain you a bit about that. Originally, the plan was to basically just tell you more about Sea Battle and how it works for the sections and so on, but I will try to cut that part short so that we have a bit more time to discuss the aftermaths or current situation with the coronavirus and the different options that we have. Yes, okay, but so first starting, talking about Sea Battle, I'm wearing a Pops t-shirt, but I'm still talking about Sea Battle, don't get confused. Yes, so this is our new logo, and wait, where do we have to click so that it...
No, wait. You have a broken USB. Yes. Again, not working?
In which direction do I have to point it?
No. Okay, try now. Is it working? Can I have it?
Yes.
Michaela, what you did to the...
Did I break it?
No. Yeah,
No, don't
it's
spoil it.
oh fuck.
My slide.
Is this going away from my presentation time? I can otherwise just click if that
click
makes
it, please.
easier.
Okay, because I anyway have to stand here. Nice. Okay, so what is Sea Battle? It's the national event of ESN Sweden, therefore also my position, National Event Manager. And it's an international cruise with mostly international students, but also everyone else is welcome to join, regardless of international or local student or a student or not student, between Stockholm and Tallinn or Riga. So in the spring semester we go to Riga, which is in Latvia, and in the autumn semester we go to Tallinn, which is the capital of Estonia. Correct. And yeah, as I mentioned before, it's targeted towards international students, but we are inclusive and welcome everyone. The first Sea Battle happened in 2005, so it has been a long time ago, and so far there have been 28 editions. The 29th edition is the one that is supposed to happen this semester. And yeah, up to 2,000 participants each year. And currently participating ESN countries, Sweden, Denmark, Norway, and UK.
Wait.
What?
Yeah.
Okay. So what happens at Sea Battle? We do some simple mathematics. We take a boat, then we take some really motivated and happy international students, then we add some fun activities to this, plus like social activities, parties and so on, plus like a beautiful capital that we will visit, and that's usually the mathematics behind Sea Battle. This edition minus this nasty boy. Who recognizes it? The coronavirus. Yes, you're right. Yeah. We also have a pre-event, which is usually happening in the Generator Hostel in Stockholm. So the pre-event is like an extra day that is before the actual Sea Battle for people who have a long traveling time or who maybe haven't been visiting Stockholm before and who want to do some sightseeing and explore the city a bit. So that's really nice, and the stay in the hostel is included, also with breakfast the next day. There are some really fun activities, and also in the evening usually there's like a pub crawl and sometimes an after party for that as well. Yes, and during Sea Battle we also love to give out free stuff.
So here you can see some of our volunteers, and yay, you get the t-shirt as a participant, you get a goodie bag, and you get a bracelet, and then sometimes some other stuff additionally as well. Yes, as mentioned, we have a lot of social activities that are happening. So on the top you can see salsa dancing classes, really corona unfriendly event. Or like activity at the moment, yeah, and face painting. People can win quizzes and like other activities, and there's a lot of like a really big sea trial happening where you go in a group around the entire ferry. You can also sing karaoke, like Milat is doing it on the right. And we also have theme parties. So we do have parties, but we want to encourage students to also get to know each other, even though it's a bit against the Scandinavian way. Yeah, and it's not only themes for the clothing, but we also have like different music genres that we play to keep the event really diverse and try to get everyone be happy about it. It's also a big thing to wear overalls and costumes during the event, as you can see. Yes. So if you happen to go to Sea Battle and you have a nice event, like nice costume lying around, take it with you. And also, according to Pernod Ricard, Sea Battle is the flagship project in ESN of the Responsible Party project implementation. So we are like really having a lot of responsible party ambassadors that are giving out free water, that are educating people about healthy drinking behavior, yes, and also how to have safe sex and, you know, remember the experience that you actually had on the ferry. Yeah, and as said, we also go to Tallinn or Riga. So there's usually also a city tour there, and you can explore the city a bit and have some nice food there during the day. And it's all in walking distance. So this is my current OC, me. Can I point with this?
Yes.
How? Oh, I found it. Yeah, so this is me, head of OC by default. Then Freyan, he's my our vice head of OC. Then Shell, you might remember that guy, he's the treasurer. Then Sarah, she's our partnership manager. Tansim is our section coordinator. Taha is our responsible party coordinator. Javed, he doesn't have enough to do yet. He's our light and sound technician. Ahmed is responsible for IT and support. Then Alex, social events manager, same as Rizwan. He still didn't give me a better picture, so if he complains about it. And also Attila now has joined our lovely team from Denmark. He's one of our free communication managers, same as Elena and Kamina. And Oscar, you've seen him before as well. He's the pre-event coordinator, and he definitely has the most knowledge about Stockholm. So usually the benefits for sections are that you get 50 crowns commission for each participant that is signing up. So the more participants you get, the more commission you get. And also you get free volunteer spots. Usually it's for every 24 participants that your section is sending. You get one volunteer spot guaranteed. We can give you more, but this is what you have guaranteed. And of course also indirectly you're profiting from the event, because if we have a bit more income, then we can also give out more grants to sections that need to have grants for traveling or for whatever, and lower participation fees. Yes, this edition, big question marks. So this was originally what was supposed to happen, 30th of March to 1st of April. Pre-event was supposed to happen on the 29th. But now we have to talk about this nasty boy again. Sorry for that. Yes, so basically, yeah, as you know, the situation is currently a bit difficult in Sweden and also outside of Sweden. So even though theoretically we would currently, according to the Swedish health authorities, still be allowed to have an event if we stay below 500 participants, we just feel like that it's not safe to conduct such an event at the current time, because it would just be unsafe for our volunteers to join, unsafe for our organizers, and additionally also, of course, unsafe for our students. We don't want them to feel uncomfortable and to feel pressure to attend an event just because they already bought a ticket. Additionally to this, also, am I allowed to say this with Pernod Ricard? Yeah, so the Pernod Ricard has also decided, because of the coronavirus situation, that they will not have the Responsible Party project if we continue with this date. And that's a big problem, because for us, like we don't just want to be like a party cruise. We want to be more than that. We want to like this responsible party project is such a big part of what we are doing, and it's really important, and students are appreciating it so much. Everyone who has been as RPA before on the ferry can tell how much appreciated the people are that are giving out water to everyone and cookies and whatnot. So it would have just meant that we would have not been able to have the event to a degree that we would have wanted to have it, first of all, and second of all, also, as you saw before, usually we guarantee these 24, for each 24 participants, you get 1 volunteer spot, but if responsible party is not going to happen, that also means that we don't have any RPAs, so that would also limit us in our possibilities to give people the possibility to join as a volunteer from the local sections. So this is why, yeah, like we have been talking back and forth a lot with the local section coordinators, with the national coordinators, with the national board, with Tallinn the ferry company. I have been talking to the, like, what is the official name of the 11313, Michaela? Crisis management, or what is the official name of them? The 11313, the phone number that is waiting line. Yeah. Yeah, information for like crisis situations. Yeah, they are basically saying it's up to you, but like it's getting more and more difficult to pull off an event because participants are getting scared and volunteers are getting scared, and like we just feel it would be super unresponsible to have that event at that time. So I already talked to Tallinn, the ferry company again, and also to the local section coordinators, and basically what we would or what options we have. I think at this point it's really out of question to still have the event, particularly also that not only in Sweden the the regulation is getting more and more, but also like Denmark is under lockdown. They are not allowed to leave the country and return without quarantine. There are like so many cases happening. People have to travel, which is also like another issue. Plus additionally, of course, also the the international level recommended to not have events happening if possible, and also most of the other national events are cancelled at this point in ESN. So we just feel like it's good to follow that good example from a lot of other countries in ESN. Yeah, so basically if we take that option out, like this, still having the edition, because like honestly I think no one would feel really comfortable doing that. I can't really accept this with my moral beliefs either. So what options we have is to either directly say that we would want to cancel the edition entirely. That would mean that we would not have an edition at all in this semester, and then the next semester would be in autumn when there would be another edition happening with a new OC, probably also with a new event manager, with new people. Yes, or the other option would be to try to aim for a date that is later this semester, but while the students are still studying. I have already been talking to most of the people. Can I borrow that pen? Am I, or can you write, because I'm not allowed to leave that. Can you just write 11th to 13th of May somewhere? Nice, thank you. Yeah, so basically that was like a date that was proposed by Tallinn, and that is also supported by most of our local sections, and I think Norway and Denmark said it would work for them as well. To basically, instead of cancelling the event, say, okay, we could postpone the event to 11th to 13th of May, which is also Monday to Wednesday. I already confirmed with the ferry company that it would be possible theoretically to have these dates. We don't have to, like, they made a preliminary booking now, so there's nothing confirmed, because of course we have to observe the situation. If the situation would still be really bad in May, then of course we would actually have to cancel the event entirely. But if the situation would look much better, because some miracle is happening, then we could actually have this as a date that we could have instead. What that means is that people who bought a ticket now, if they can't make it to the proposed date, they can send us a message and we will like figure out how to do the reimbursement for them, because obviously if you're changing a date, maybe they are already in a different country or whatever. so we can't really force them to keep the ticket. And then if people, if the edition would not happen at all, then we would have to refund everyone. And we also wrote that in a statement that we've published. The participation fees in case of cancellation would get entirely refunded. So the students don't have to worry that they will have paid for something that they didn't even, weren't even able to attend. Yes, so basically that's the situation. I don't know how many minutes I was talking now.
That's fine.
Okay, yeah, so if, I mean, you can also ask questions, of course, if you have some, but I would really like to hear your opinion, because I mean, now we are at like a statutory event where there are minutes taken and so on, so it's also like official that it's not just me who is deciding something, but I want like your opinion about that. Whether you would feel that this would be like a good solution to see whether we can make this date happen, and in case it would not be possible, then we can still decide to cancel it. Yeah, yeah. But if you have questions, you can also ask them.
Okay, we have one. Okay, yeah,
Do?
Hmm?
I try to speak
Hannah, you
Swedish.
have questions from
I still have to stand on my star. I'm always
Exactly.
forgetting. Sorry.
Yeah, come here.
Where's your star? Do you also have a star?
Go next to her. So both
We
are
can
side
share
by
the
side.
star.
Yeah.
Come on.
No, I'm good.
No, share the star so they can see on live.
Yeah,
live.
they want
Do
to.
I have to?
Yeah.
Hug yourself so you're closer as well.
Mhm.
Well, I mean, we're-
Contamination keeps going.
Yeah, okay, can I start?
Yeah.
So this is actually not corona related.
Mm-hmm.
But before all of this happened, there was a lot of issues with the communication with the sections. And I just kind of wondered if you could clear up like why the communication with the section was so unclear and, well, delayed. Because we didn't really hear anything until the actual event was posted.
Yes, thank you for the question. I can totally understand this. Yeah, so basically by the time that we were like supposed to give out the communication material and whatever, started to get in touch with the sections, I lost my section coordinator, who is the person who's in charge of contacting the sections. Plus, shortly after each other, I lost 2 communication managers. So it took some time because we have this like procedures of like, yeah, you open a call and then you wait and then you decide and whatever. It took some time for us to get back on track. And so we happened to have like a bottleneck when it came to the communication aspect. So it was actually not that much that like it was like so much difficult to get a hold of the sections, even though that also of course takes some time to figure out who wants to be in charge and who can and whatnot. But it was more actually the actual communication, so that like we couldn't like release any information because there were like so many things like unclear, and like we were like, okay, we just have to wait until we have a bit more information. But I see that it was like a bit difficultly handled and a bit difficult for probably also particularly people who were a section coordinator for the first time and who were like, oh, I don't even maybe really know what sea battle is, and now I have to be in charge of it and I don't really know what's happening. So yeah, that was not perfectly handled. I definitely agree with you. Yeah, and if you have recommendations how to improve that, particularly if we have these kind of shortcomings in between, I'm happy to hear your suggestions. That doesn't only go to you, but to everyone. Yeah, and what we are trying to do, because right now, like as you know, maybe we are scanning from the old to the new logo version, which is like a bit of an issue because all the documents have to be changed, visual identity has to be changed and whatnot. So that's why it's also a bit difficult to have like drafts that we can just use to create pictures or event cover pictures or whatever. But so that's what we are working on right now, to like basically get templates fixed that are to be reused every edition, where then basically in the promotion guide maybe I just have to change the date of the edition and to which destination we are going, but apart from that everything will stay the same, and then basically it will be super easy to edit it. But right now, because there were so many changes that had to be made, it was like a bit delayed. Yeah, I'm really sorry for that. Yeah.
Yes, there is one more.
Yeah, just a short question concerning the two options basically. So how much effort is from an OC perspective to postpone everything to that other date? Yeah.
Thank you for the question. I mean, of course, there's some effort related to this. Like, we have booked some things already for this edition that we now have to cancel, and we don't know whether we will get a refund for that. And, you know, it's like, I mean, cost-wise, of course, it is an issue, but the longer we would wait to cancel, the more of an issue it would get. So I think it's really important that we take this decision now and don't wait any longer, because I think it doesn't even make sense anymore to just see and start watching the world burn more than it already does and be like, okay, maybe now we should consider canceling it. Yeah, so basically, of course, we would have to adjust like our graphic material with the date. We already have sent out posters and flyers to the sections. I was just talking to some people before who were like, yeah, we have this idea of like you could put stickers on top of the flyers so that we don't have to reprint them, so that can save us some money as well. So of course it will financially affect us, but like regarding the OC, I think it would be actually good, because as you know, for example, Attila, he's from Denmark. He has been working so much for this edition already, like creating so many graphics, so many cool things, and he's not even allowed to attend at the current point, you know, it's like really a problem. So I think in behalf of the OC, as parts of them are also scared about the situation and so on, I think most of them will be relieved if we would actually postpone it. And then of course some stuff has to be redone, like rescheduled, but I would say it's not as much effort as if we would start from zero. So it's a bit more effort, but it would probably be more or less the same effort to cancel it, which we would really try to avoid to do. Because it would be super nice next semester on the big ferry to Tallinn to have the 30th edition. Like, that would be cool. So we are like trying to make it happen, and also because they have been putting in so much work. So yeah. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, it did.
Nice.
Okay. I don't hear anyone type in either, so I'm guessing there are no questions anymore.
So can we come to the comments then?
Yes, I think so.
That would be great.
Yeah.
Nice. Do we have to do it the same formal, or?
I don't think we have to do the speakers list, right?
Yeah.
So you probably know the names better, so I think
I have
you
no
can
clue.
just pick people that want to
That's
speak.
really mean of you now. Like, I am really bad with remembering names, but I will try.
Okay.
I will just point at people.
If you can hand them the microphone.
Yeah, of course. It doesn't make a beeping sound if I walk around in the room.
I can walk around, you
Okay.
can stay.
Okay. So who wants to say something? Like, what is your opinion? Should we cancel Sea Battle? Should we try to postpone it?
Thank you. We were just whispering to my friend. Oh, Elizabeth Lulio. ESN Lulio. I was just whispering to him. I think at this point where people are cancelling even big, I'm not saying ours is not big, it is actually very big, but if big conferences are being cancelled, I know the cost and all that has gone. I mean, we've done a lot, but I think we are against the odds to try and push it, and also students also are all over the place asking, can we get our refund, can we get this, can we get that. So I think it will be proper if possible. My suggestion would be just cancel it for now.
Cancel or postpone?
Or cancel.
Entirely?
Yes.
Okay. What? Why am I?
It's just comment. Okay.
Okay, I can comment. Like, no, I
want
just
to
want to
answer
hear
something.
opinions, and then if I need to say something, I will let you know. I think she has a reaction.
It's a reaction or a comment?
You put up two fingers, that means reaction,
Yeah.
right?
I want to say something about that.
Constantina from ESN. I don't think we should cancel, because the thing is, we don't know what the situation is going to be in May, because it's already said that it's going to get warmer and the bar is going to be more easily controlled then. So I do believe that we can postpone it, and if we see that the situation is still the same in mid-April or something, then we can consider cancelling it completely.
Well, there was
Thank you, Shell, National Board. I vote, or not vote, but my opinion is to postpone kind of what Constantine said over here. What's the harm in waiting a few weeks, seeing how this progresses, seeing how governments react? Maybe the Swedish government will make something that we have to cancel, or maybe the health regulations will change. We don't know anything because, well, that's not our area of expertise. We have to be very, very careful about this because we don't want anything bad to happen. We don't want anything bad to happen to our students or our volunteers. But I think waiting is the best chance because at this point, speaking from a personal thing, if we start issuing refunds, well, then I don't have time to work on my thesis, if I'm just perfectly honest with you guys. So it's a lot of work either way, but at this point, it's nicer just to postpone, just in case we get lucky and this goes away nice and easily.
Cancel the next treasury gets you do refunds.
all the
I have a question to that.
Do you allow her to do a question?
Okay, you talked about like the workflow that goes into doing
Name and
reimbursements.
section. Name and section.
Oh, sorry, Hannah ESN Stockholm. Well, I was just thinking like if we do postpone the event and we have to cancel it later and say we have like 400 tickets sold, people are really excited, will the OC actually have time to deal with it in May if everything happens like at once and it's a lot bigger at that time?
Ellen, National Board. Like usually the May is kind of the transition month between the old and the new board and so on. So what happened last year actually was that the Sea Battle edition in the spring semester had to be postponed because of some reason as well, and it was happening in May, where officially it was my mandate already, but nevertheless, of course, the previous person, which was Javet, was conducting the edition together with his OC, because it doesn't make sense that like completely new people jump in like 1 week before the event is happening. So basically if the edition gets pushed to May, that just means that the old OC and the old national event manager, so in this case me, will stay responsible for longer, even though officially it's the new mandate has started already, which also gives like a nice possibility then for the new people to actually join and see what's kind of happening. Like that was really good for me and for Shell as well last time, that we could like check around a bit and see what was happening. So I think it would not be a problem, because I mean it's not just because our mandate is over that we will be like, okay, bye, we're out. I think it would actually allow us to even have more manpower to actually make it happen and to have more people who can help out. Yeah. So many brackets and brackets.
Sorry. So you're asking, your question was whether we have enough time to do things, as I mentioned.
It will be possible.
Yeah, sure. The thing is I don't think we're going to cancel this, a week or two before the event. The cancellation will be made a month in advance or something like that, because I think at this point people are. It's easier to get information than say a month ago, right? Because we actually know what we're dealing with now. So at least we're all aware. I can't exactly speak for the entire OC of Sea Battle, but I think we're all quite aware of what's happening and what measures we need to take to avoid something bad happening. But I don't think it's going to be a last minute decision where we're like, oh yeah, 3 days before, yeah, no, we're not going to do it, because that's irresponsible, of course. I mean, even now, canceling it feels kind of bad from all of us. We're all like very, very sad because we worked to put on this event. We spent money to put on this event, and that's all gone now. So it's it's hard to see how we're going to move forward, but we're going to try our very best, of course, with all of you guys in mind, obviously.
Chantal is on shopping. I have one question first. Did I understand it correctly that people can get reimbursed in case they or can cancel their trip if they can't go if you postpone the dates?
Yes.
Don't you think a lot of people will cancel their tickets because they're afraid of the coronavirus? Because I got a lot of emails and Facebook messages about people wanting to cancel now. And I think, like, for example, in my region, it's not really a lot of people being sick yet. So I think it's going to be bigger in Linköping very soon. And I think a lot of people in like 2-3 weeks are going to be super afraid and they will want to cancel an event like this. What do you think about that?
I would walk, but I'm not allowed to leave my star.
Those are questions in the room.
Yeah.
Yes. So, like, I think that's definitely possible that it can happen. And I mean, there are also cases, like, I don't know, I think some US students are, like, forced to go back to their home university. We got some messages about that as well. So, I mean, of course, in that case, probably they will not be back in, like, a couple of weeks and be like, okay, now we're back, let's have sea battle again. So, I think we just have to deal with the aftermath. Just also keep in mind that if the more people we have to reimburse, the more work that probably also means for the sections. Because I'm not entirely, like I was talking with Shell, I don't know about like the final thing, but usually those reimbursements go over the section and not over us because, yeah. And so regardless of who would have to take care of what, it would be like a huge workload. So of course we would try to encourage the people who are not sure yet about the situation and who don't know yet what will happen to keep their tickets, and then basically, because it's like, what do you have to lose if we decide to not have the edition in May because whatever this coronavirus situation is still so bad, then they will anyway get their refund. And I mean, we can't really require them to have like a document that states, I am not gonna be here in May anymore, and like to prove this to us at some point. We just have to believe the people. And if they are so panicky that they want to lock themselves up in their rooms for the next half year, like, I'm not gonna stop them from doing that. If that means that they want their like 900 crowns back, then they can get them back. Like, I think the worst thing, also just not speaking only for our current workload and the workload for the sections and the OC and the section coordinators and the financial implications and so on. Like, imagine how much this would harm our image of the event if we are forcing students to attend an event that they don't want to attend, that they are panicky about, but then we are like, yeah, you don't get a reimbursement, so either you go or you just lose the money. Like, particularly for international students, it's just, they don't have the money usually to be like, okay, 900 crowns, I don't care. So I think we just have to deal with the aftermath basically. But so for people who are not sure yet, we would recommend them, okay, please wait until we have decided whether this edition is going to happen on that date or not, and then you will still get your reimbursement. Yeah. Because, I mean, generally we also just allow reimbursements if you have a doctor's notice, but of course what is the stupidest thing that you can do if you feel like, I'm coughing, I have like some coronavirus symptoms, the stupidest thing you can do is to go to a doctor or to a hospital and infect everyone else there who might have like a weak immune system. So we anyway have to adjust our reimbursement guidelines regarding this to a point where I can just theoretically, if I don't want to go, I could just pretend that I have coronavirus symptoms and I would get my money back. So we just have to believe the students that they are telling the truth and that they really don't want to participate. And then if we give them the money back and they anyway want to join, they can buy another ticket. More work for us, but it's possible. Yeah. Any more questions, comments? But so do I sense correctly? Sorry. Elisabeth, should I walk? Do you want to walk? Yeah. Some exercise.
Again, Elizabeth, Lulu, I just wanted to know, so what's the way forward so that we have, what's the way forward? Are we voting for the postponing or are we voting, yeah, so that we are clear all of us as we finish this, yeah.
I'm still on my stuff. Okay. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, we can't really have like a formal voting as far as I'm concerned. Please, CT and Taha or whoever else might have knowledge about this, correct me if I'm wrong. But so basically it would just be more like an
opinion poll and like unofficial vote in some sense. Yeah, like I don't know, like we can't, as far as I know, we can't really like have a like.
Would that not be a bit hasty to, after like 10 minutes of discussion and no time to think, to vote on whether to cancel it or no?
I mean, we can also postpone it to like, you have like a closing thingy tonight, to this evening,
yes,
right?
But don't you think people want to check back
Yeah.
the section and everything?
Like, I mean, we talked with all the sections already. We talked with all the section coordinators already about that. We had like a meeting about this and whatnot, and like so far it looks that the majority of the sections are really saying, oh yeah, this is a good idea and we have time on that date.
The votings are all on Sunday, so if you want to vote, I would suggest that we do it with everything.
No, but that's why, like, the thing is, the thing is, so, like, most of the other national events have been cancelled already. We are kind of more or less the only ones who have not really released a statement regarding this yet. We have only released a statement saying, currently, the Swedish health authorities tell us we can do the event. We have our concerns about this, but we are in touch about the situation, and if the event would get cancelled or postponed or whatever, we will let you know. And in the meanwhile, please follow the hygiene procedures. This is what we have released so far. Maybe you've seen it on Facebook. So I think now, like, you don't want to know how many questions we are getting and how many people are panicking and asking us on Facebook and email and whatnot. So I really want to, I think we have been discussing it enough within the national board. We have been discussing it enough with telling Silja and with the health or like crisis hotline or whatever. So like, I don't know, I just felt like it's good to kind of have more like an opinion poll, but I get your point. If you feel like that they should have a bit more time to think about that, we can like do it in the evening, but I would really like to have a statement that is going out today about the situation. Yeah.
Chantal, ESN Shopping. So you said that we had some time before. Actually, yesterday was the first time I've even like heard about this.
About what?
About postponing the dates. So I would really want to talk to my section about what we think, because we usually send a lot of people and we need to discuss within the board if we can do this. So I think that we should vote, or unofficially vote a bit later, so that people can.
But what do you mean by a bit later?
Later today. So
but that was what I proposed. Like, if we can do it basically before your closing statement or something today or after that, I don't care. Like, it's not a valid vote in that sense anyway. It's just basically that I know that I'm not going against 90% of the sections, and they all like, oh, we want to cancel the event, and I'm like, no, we're pushing through with this.
Voting takes 2 minutes. We can
Yeah.
do it whenever you want.
Perfect.
Yeah, and I mean, kind of talking about Sunday, I mean, can't we just do something official online or something on Sunday? I mean, if it's not a real vote that really matters, people can talk and reply, I don't know, either to an email or to some sort of online forum or something. I mean, it's not, I mean, sure, the people on the Zoom are very, very important to our network and to the sections, but it's just a fraction of the people we touch. So, just a suggestion.
Yeah, and also it's the section coordinators that we were in touch with. So I don't know, like, that's the thing, like, officially now I don't know, someone in your section has the vote delegation for your section right now, but that person is not necessarily the Sea Battle local coordinator. So it's a bit difficult for me, like, I'm getting their input now. I was like, okay, I will just consult you guys as well to see what you are thinking about the situation. So that we can finally come to a conclusion, because I think it's really important that we react quite soon to that. If it's later this evening, I'm totally fine with that as well. We can have a voting during the dinner, I don't mind. But like, it would be good to like get it done. And I don't know, like, I mean, now it's other people, some are the same, but other people present, so yeah.
Doing it this evening then, or?
Yeah, I would suggest so, but I mean, if there's a majority, like, no, we don't want to have it this evening, but like you said, it would be enough time for you guys to consult back, and I can also write another statement, even though I have been informing every section coordinator that this topic will be discussed today, and that if they have
a different opinion or another opinion that should be raised about whether to cancel or to postpone the event, they should please let their delegates know so that it can be discussed in particularly that question and asked around. Yes.
Can you show my last slide?
Yes, you can do by yourself. You have a clicker.
Oh yeah, never mind about that. Here you go. Sorry.
Yes, Michaela, I was just wondering just if you could just elaborate a bit more, because about you mentioned other countries, what they're doing with the national events.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's also interesting to know if we also have 3 other countries here present. If it's because of general, or is it the authorities, or do they just feel it's not better to do it?
In the other countries, you mean?
Yes, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Hello. I think it's a mix of different variations. They are like, for example, I think in Denmark it's super strict, like they are like not allowed to like really leave the country and return without quarantine. They were basically told to cancel like any event. I think in Croatia they said now every event like above 100 participants or even less has to be cancelled and so on. So it depends, like sometimes it's really strict guidelines that come from the like national health authorities or the government and so on, such as this 500 max thing that is coming from the Swedish legislation. Like if we would have an event with 501 participants, and I'm the organizer, I can get sued for this. I can get to pay like a fine for it. It's not just like a guideline or whatever, it's like an actual Swedish legislation. And this is the case in a lot of other countries too. Some countries are much stricter with it and they are like, okay, everything above 10 people is already not okay, and some countries are a bit more, okay, let's see how the situation is developing. So it's a mixture of different things. Like I think the international board was sending out this recommendation that, what was the official wording from Kostis? That urges ESN sections to cancel events, particularly for their international students, and this is one of these events. Additionally, the legislation is getting stricter in all the 3 countries, or like, I don't know about UK that much regarding their legislation, but so it's a mix of all of these things, plus additionally just like being reasonable and being like, okay, the students are panicking, like I'm not forcing a student to attend an event. If they are panicky about it, I don't want to risk the health of my volunteers and so on. I think it's a mix of all of these factors, and in some countries it's really such strict legislation that it's like, okay, we step out of it, and in other countries it's really like a mix of different variations.
We've been going on for a while now.
Yep.
Do you think you have the picture that we were looking for?
Yeah, the otters. That is what you mean.
I was thinking about the opinion picture.
Yeah.
Yes. So do you want to vote on it tonight?
Is that okay?
Any objections?
Oh,
no, then
good.
we will do it last thing this evening. Perfect. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay, and we go straight to the workshops. The next one is we have volunteer motivation by Alice, and we have event management again by Ellen. Do you want to say 2 or 3 words what it's about?
So, hello. I have 45 minutes for the workshop, right? Okay, so basically this is an interactive workshop. Both people who already have plenty of experience with event management, same as people who are rather new to the topic and are like, oh, I want to organize an event locally, what do I have to take care of?
Coronavirus. Coronavirus.
Yeah, I'm able to attend. The coronavirus will also be a topic because I mean, I wouldn't consider myself like a total expert of it, but I have been talking a lot and like with the authorities about that stuff and reading a lot of articles and stuff. So we can talk about that as well. We can talk a bit about sea battle. We can talk a bit about crisis management in general, which also goes in the direction of coronavirus because there can also be other crises. What is the plural of crisis? Crises happening. Yeah. So that's basically it. It's interactive and fun, and I might show you some more other pictures. Hey, yeah. Her work session sounds super interesting. Now I feel bad. Yeah. So my session will be held together with Shell together about motivation. and it's also going to be interaction. And also everyone has the time to discuss, to share best practice, and also at the end will lead to your own motivation and also how to motivate your team. So I would say if you have currently like HR and a motivation issue in your board, feel free to join us.
And if you attend the event management, please bring something to write and something to write on.
Alan, do you need the projector?
Am I in this room?
That's the question. Does anyone of you need the projector?
I would need the whiteboard if possible.
What about you, Alex?
I don't need anything.
Okay, nothing. Not even a flip chart. Okay, so then Alan's workshop will be here. Yours will be outside. For you two guys, yeah, of course it is a flip chart. For you two guys, the workshop is ending at 16:50. After that, we will have Fika immediately. So 16:50, please release them, and we will meet again here 10 past. So 10 past 5, be on time. Otherwise, I'll think of something. Enjoy.
Why they're you're going to be like because sometimes we hear or you mean what because
Hey. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I don't see you. Can you turn on the video? Okay, great. Thank you. See you later.
Yeah.
Ciao.
Your driver is here.
Yeah, I will leave.
Vad fan drog här inne ens? Vad har dött här inne ens? Vad har dött?
I tested Stephanie. It works.
I guess
Now I test Alex if it's possible.
I'm sorry that I didn't end the question on earlier, but I felt it was very necessary for them to talk about, otherwise they would not have been able to certain stuff. So.
Why you need a vote today? Like tomorrow is Saturday, then it's Sunday.
yeah, no, because I mean, like we need to release a statement. I have to answer to like 50 to 100 like not me personally, but like our OC has to answer 50 to 100 messages each day.
Okay.
Tomorrow morning?
Yeah, we can do that as well if people want to discuss it while they are drinking.
At least they can. I'm testing the Skype with Alex.
Hello there.
Hi. Can you please turn on the video, please? So
Yes,
we check
I'm turning it on right now.
Maybe you want to come a bit closer.
Wait 1 sec. Just something goes a little bit.
Am I allowed to use your whiteboard markers?
There we go, hello.
Great.
Can you see me?
Yes,
can you hear me clearly, yeah?
It's perfect. Okay, see you later. Bye.
Okay, see ya.
Okay. I will leave to the wallet thing, okay?
Yeah.
See you soon.
Good luck. But we leave this down, right? So I have to do it on that side. Yes. Okay, great.
Thank you.
Come on.
I am worried about you.
I mean, I got Sylvania to use it. Use
Yeah, the father posted. Oh wow, you can rest it there. Nice. Okay.
So you'll use this one?
Nice. Okay. Hello. Hello. Are you participating in the Mikaela, you also need to know more about event management.
Show me.
That okay? Is this yours?
No.
It's not yours?
It's probably yours.
Okay. Nice. I will just come. That's a bit. Okay.
Oh,
I will just always run over there if I need to put. Or should I use the thingy instead? If that's.
Oh, if you wish, you can use that without problem.
Because somehow all people are sitting here, so.
Then the people can also move over there.
Yeah.
But there is easy for you. It saves paper, like be eco-friendly.
Yeah. No, I will do something weird, but I might use one of the flip chart papers if I'm allowed to. Even though I didn't order it before. Okay. Hello. Do I need to introduce myself again? Or no? Okay. Good.
So maybe before we start, you can tell me like how much experience you think you have already with event management, regardless of what scale it is, even if you just organized the 5th birthday party of your younger sibling or something with 5 friends of him or her joining, or like any kind of experience that you have with event management already. And also what would interest me is of course also what your position in your local section is and what you do there. You want to start?
Sure. I'm Katarina. I am the local representative slash festival coordinator of my section.
Can I close the door?
Yeah.
Do you want to come in? Oh. Okay. Yes? Local. C battle and LR. Yeah?
Yeah. I haven't actually like organized an event on my own, but I have done it plenty of times along with Chantal and Hannah, third and the communication manager of ESN Malmo. And I'm also like responsible a lot of the time, actually all the times, to promote the ESC battle as well. That's it.
So you like merged LR communication manager, C battle local coordinator, everything. Okay.
I'm a mix, a hybrid.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm Javier, Vice President of ESN PTH, and I'm also the section coordinator of the Ciudad of PTH. And I usually help the event manager in my section. And for example, I like to have an event that is like a 2-day trip to Poland. We take a boat like Sibato, but without the part of a lot of parties in the boat. But we visit the city and we come back in the next day, very similar to Sibato. And I help organizing like events.
Nice. How many participants do you have there usually?
Last edition, 100.
Nice. That's cool. And it's only working because the boat leaves directly from Karlskrona, right?
From Karlskrona.
Yeah, I remember that we talked about that last MP. I have a good memory, not of names, but I can remember what I talked with people. Yes, Elizabeth.
Yes, Elizabeth Emilio. The section and visual period coordinator. So what we call more events manager in other sections. And the professional events planner. I have my own company back home in Kenya.
You have your own company?
Yes.
Oh,
I
wow.
check Facebook Shesh events. So I've planned events. But now for students now it's for ESN. So the last time you guys were local winter market, it was 150 people buses. So that was quite something. Still students and international students. So for me, it's more of also getting the knowledge and more about ESN, because that's now I can position myself for and to just hear that's why it's so interesting. Yeah, just to hear from others how they planned, how they work with students, but also work with students through SI, Swedish Institute. So we have also a bigger network with over 400 students just within the student in other universities across Europe. So that's something
that's cool. But so like the events that you organized with your event company were are probably like more professional in that sense?
More professional in that sense. Yeah.
But
so
probably
for clients
ESN
or
hopefully
business.
is more fun.
No, it was actually more stressful because it's a client who was paying you.
Yeah,
so
of
the
course.
event has to, the conference has to go.
Everything has to
it's
go.
air ticket, you have to set the right time change. So quite there's one time I had like over 50 guys from different countries. So the challenge was ensuring that everyone fits within the period where you have someone calling you, telling you. So the pressure you explain to me during the lunchtime, it's real. Where you have to figure out what can you do. Person cancels at last minute. They want to refund or what we are discussing here. So there's a behind scene. There's a behind scene where I'm saying, okay, maybe I may be strongly coming out to access cancel. See battle, but I know what is behind the scenes.
Nice. Sophia?
Sophia, I am the Vice President and of ESN. I'm receiving the OC Festival. I planned a few events, but none of them myself. always with my board members, and I've been mainly responsible for a lot of trips.
I'm Kay from Lund. I'm Kay from Lund. I'm social Erasmus coordinator. So with this I've done we've done a lot of events like we had a murder mystery. We do fortnightly LGBT events. Yeah, so we do it quite often.
That is really cool. There's always such a big need for best practice sharing in that area. So if you happen to organize an event like this, feel free to post it in the ESN Sweden internal Facebook group, or I think there's also one for social inclusion, another Facebook group and so on. So it's always great to have these examples because there are so many people asking I want to organize something with LGBTQ and how do I do this and so on. So that's really good.
So there's one Facebook group?
There's the ESN Sweden internal where every board member, activity member, active member and so on can be part of. Plus then I think there's another one for social inclusion, but they changed it. Before it was different groups and now there's one new group and I'm in all of them, so I can look it up for you later if you remind me. Yeah.
I'm Lisa, I'm from Lund as well. My job is exchangeability, so we kind of create our own team and just do social inclusion events. We do events based around disabilities and stuff like that, and we try and do a lot of non-alcoholic events because most of the events are alcoholic, so we try and do it the opposite. And also at home, I'm a scout leader, so I've been organizing events locally, nationally, internationally for years now. So we do I do national events for hundreds of kids, and then nationally we go to different countries. And I went to America last year and we did a program based around the Sustainable Development Goals. So, yeah.
The one from the UN. The Sustainable Development Goals from the UN. Nice.
Yeah, usually it's part of the team though, so
I'm Antonio. I'm from ESN Stockholm, and now I'm the manager for communication for almost a week. Yeah, I'm still new. But I was event assistant in Helsinki, in ESN in Helsinki. So I was helping them to arrange these events, activities, exchange students. But I also work arranging events like conference and congress when I was working before. And now I'm trying to help also with events. Stockholm.
Nice.
Yeah, Maya from ESN Malmö. I think Konstantina probably already talked about our events. I'm actually the treasurer, and I've been in this position under a week, so I'm pretty new. So we're just eager to learn from the operations.
But it's somehow everything kind of that you do in your local section has to do with event management. If you organize an annual meeting because you want to have someone elected, or even if you just have a board meeting, that's a really small event, of course, but that's also an event. If you organize events for students, you need to make a budget and these kind of things. So it's all somehow really interconnected in the local sections, at least. That was at least the impression I got when I was still in a local section. That it's somehow everyone always has to help out a bit, because usually you guys have so many amazing events, it would be impossible to pull them off with only one or two people involved. Nice. Okay, let's start a bit with something more formal. So if you would have to define event management in one sentence, how, if someone would not know what event management is, how would you describe it to them? You have some ideas? I can write them down on the whiteboard so that we are not using paper and destroying the forest. It doesn't have to be a perfect explanation, just what comes to your mind. Yeah?
Structure.
Structure? Did I understand it correctly? Can you even read this?
Yeah.
I'm trying. Okay. Someone else?
Unity, also teamwork,
Communication. Yes.
Responsibilities.
Connected with what?
I mean, it's also connected with the teamwork. Within the team, you will delegate or whatever one you want to use for responsibilities.
Yeah. Something else you think about it?
The planning.
Yes. Yes.
The coordination and logistics.
What was the second thing?
Logistics.
Yeah, that's really amazing headlines you guys are coming up with already. So actually I was searching for like a proper definition. I found like a really good one on Wikipedia. It has like a source, but I didn't use the source now. But I think it sums it up really well because like as we now already see, there are so many buzzwords that are connected to it. There's so many things like finances and the promotion and like whatever. There's so much connected to this. So it's really difficult to narrow it down. But so the definition from Wikipedia that I really like was: event management is the application of project management to the creation and development of large-scale events. You all have heard of project management, I assume? So I mean, a project could also be developing a website or whatever. It's usually you have to work in a team. There are different steps that have to be completed. And usually there's a certain order and certain deadlines until when something has to happen. And then you have like a final deadline. Like for example, the sales system for C-Battle has to be ready until this date because this is the date where we open the sales. Just to give an example. Yes, so like, I mean, yeah, I don't know, do you want me to write down the definition or? Yeah, but I think it's really, because it's like you use project management tools, so also if you stumble across some project management things, like I'm not gonna go deeper into this in that workshop, but just it's so useful for event management as well, like this assigning tasks to people, having deadlines, having milestones that are like a bit bigger than regular like small deadlines. For example, like for C-Battle, just as an example, like you, okay, until this date the event text has to be ready and the event has to be published. That could be like a milestone, and so on. Generally it's really always of course teamwork and a lot of other things that are included. So that was basically would have been my next question, what is included in event management, but you already mentioned a lot of things. Yes, but like communication, promotion, logistics, it's partially there, yes. Yes. Oh, I love this word. I was never a treasurer, but like I'm always looking after the money. Yes, but so there's a lot of stuff that is connected to it. What I wanted to do, I'm not sure, like it's so far away to go on that side of the board. But so basically, like I mean, now we already came up with like some things that are related to it. I would say generally, like I mean, what you will realize if you organize events within your section is, of course, first of all, you guys are not like Elisabeth was like fully employed and like, okay, this is my main job, I get paid for this, I work with people who get paid for this and this is their job. So like, because you don't have a monetary motivation, like you don't get paid for what you do, so probably I assume the reason for most of you why you do things, like what is it? Why do you organize events in ESN?
Because I enjoy arranging events and meeting people, and I like how they experience what I've been involved on.
Someone wants to add something to that? Yeah, it's a lot of intrinsic motivation probably, like maybe you want to get better at something, like I want to work, for example, with event management later on, so for me of course it's great, everything that I can like learn in experience and that I can maybe also write on my CV or whatever is of course something that might help me then to get like a job in that area, but it's also a lot of other things. Like I remember a long time ago, I was also responsible for the like social inclusion things in our section partially, and we organized like a fika in the dark, like a blind fika, and it was really risky, not in a sense, but we really didn't know how the event would work out, whether people would trust us, like if there's a random stranger coming and like you just like remove their vision temporarily, and you know they just have to trust you, but they don't know you. And so on, but it worked out so well, and like so many people like were saying so many positive things. So I think that's you touched that topic a little bit, like this feedback that you get from the participants, that you're really having this. Of course, sometimes people are also complaining about stuff. Just get used to it. It's normal. You can never make it right for everyone because people will have completely different expectations. But I think as long as you can make students happy organizing events, and as long as you see that, I don't know, even if it's just you organize a speed friending and that's why they meet new people, then that's already an achievement. Maybe not now with the coronavirus, but generally, yeah, that's really something that can help, of course. And also, like, I really want to encourage you, just saying that right now, that if you have the possibility to talk with other people from other sections that are organizing events, and I'm pretty sure even though it's only like half of the people here, if you ask the other half of the people that are outside of the room, I can't imagine that there is a single person who has never had to organize or be involved in organizing an event in this, and like everyone is somehow involved in this. So I think it's really something that unites us in some way, all of us, that we are like somehow involved and somewhat involved in even at least certain steps of like organizing an event, and that's why you can also learn so much from each other. So really, my recommendation, take this weekend now that we are like physically at the same place, talk to people that you haven't talked to before, maybe from a section that you like. I don't know, I found out a lot of stuff about ESN Sweden, or how their board works and whatever last time I went to an NP. Like, it's really good if you just talk to people, and you will get so much inspiration from it. And also, there's no such thing as stealing ideas in ESN, which is also really great. So if, let's say, ESN Lund organizes a really nice event to raise awareness for like people with a certain disability or whatever, and then they share it, or you see it on Facebook and you ask them questions about it and whatever, like, they will not be mad, correct me if I'm wrong, they will not be mad if you take their idea and implement it in, like, so that it fits to your section, because that means that their concept was great. Otherwise you would have not wanted to take parts of the concept and get inspired by it. So the entire network works around getting inspired by each other and taking bits and pieces, like we're getting inspired by Fox and by so many other national events for CBAT, they are getting inspired by us. It's like, and in the end every event will be greater than it was before. So this is something that is really important. I have some post-its here. I love post-its. You can take like however many you want. And basically what I will try to do, I'm not sure, I might have to remove parts of what we have written or write it on top. So basically I will put everything into 3 different stages. So we have the preparation phase, like before the event is actually happening, and so stuff that you can come up with that have to be done before the event can happen. That can be, like if you come up with something, that is, write it on a post-it and put it in the preparation phase that I will put there. Then there's the execution phase, which is the phase of the event actually happening, which is usually like this small compared to the preparation phase. And then, last but not least, also really important, is like I didn't come up with a proper name for it, I wrote like dealing with the aftermaths, or like after the event. Review, evaluate. Yeah, evaluation, we can write that, like evaluation phase. And like then just different things that you can come up with that you think are generally important for like nearly every of the events that you are organizing in ESN, and in which phase you would put them. Yes, okay, I will just try to move some of these points up here so that you can use the bottom part. Yeah, so you can, like, you don't have to sit, you just come to the front and then you can put your post-its when I'm finished drawing. So that's like a timeline. Okay. Sorry, my handwriting on whiteboards is reprovable. Execution. And then, how did we call it? Evaluation, right?
Feedback.
Okay. Shoot. I was expecting that I would have your fun there. Okay. Is the live stream still on? Maybe they can use it. No, but probably I think they muted it. Yeah, just go like and put your post-its. Yeah, you can also take like a new post-it for everything that you're writing. I have enough, I think. Someone needs more? I think it's probably easiest if you all take some post-its and go to the front, because then if someone has writing something already, you don't have to write it again, but you can maybe make like a +1 if you agree with it, or you can add something to the post-it. So, it's not a story class. We need more post-its. I will post it in there. You want to learn something for the freedom?
By what I want to learn?
If you want to learn some event management skills for the freedom.
Yeah, how to move a monkey.
I mean, we already paid the bills, so.
Yeah, but important.
Yeah, you can. If you feel like that you don't have something to add anymore, just stay here. We can make like a half circle and then we can go through the stuff. If you need more post-its, I have some. Oh, that looks so cool. By the way, this is the first workshop I'm ever doing. Like, I've never done a workshop before, literally. I hope I'm doing fine. Are you ready, or do you think we can go through it? You have some more post-its. You want to put them somewhere?
No, I just throw like 2 or 3 in
Okay, nice. So then let's go through it. So we have research here in the preparation phase. Like what, I don't know who put that there, but like what do you mean by research?
Well, something we do is sometimes we put a poll on Instagram to see if people are interested in like things we're thinking of. Because like some of our events no one shows up to because they're not very popular. But so we do like Instagram polls to see if people actually want to do them before we do all the effort. Because we've been burned before a few times.
We're not like this party.
Yeah, it's not like party, like our events like
yeah.
So our events are like to raise awareness generally, or like things like that, like things that we would enjoy. But
Because you appreciate it.
yeah, exactly. So
That's really, I have never thought about like making an I mean, yes, we have been, I think we have been doing this when we were thinking about whether our bus for Sea Battle should include the free event or not. Then we were like making a poll on Facebook with minions. Viewing. Yeah, I like everything that is cute. Yeah, but that's really good. I think, like on Instagram too, you can choose different options. That's really good. Because I mean, obviously you can also just ask people, but then you will maybe just get the opinion of a few people, and probably you have quite a big reach on Instagram as well because you're really active there. So yeah, that's great. Okay, then we have meeting with board, clear plan. Who put that up? Yes. You want to elaborate something on that?
Yeah, just to like that everyone, even the treasurer or every member of the board is like actively knowing what is to be done and what each member should do. I actually have tasking the board members. So yeah. So that's also like a part of that maybe, so that everyone knows what they should do and just that everyone's always updated.
Okay, so like is this probably something that I'm just assuming that like if you, for example, do an event for the first time ever, that you're like, okay, now we have like a draft of how the event is supposed to look like, and then you present it to the rest of the board and discuss whether it makes sense or whether maybe someone is like, no, we cannot sell drinks in that building, we have to fix that issue or whatever, something like that.
Yeah, and also just like what should each person do, like what is their responsibility.
Yeah, that's really great. Then we have event name and dates. Yes, that's of course important. Then team responsibilities. Yes, so it's kind of going in the same direction a bit. PR. Yeah, and delegation. What do you mean by delegation?
It's the same. The task you have to delegate, so that also as an event planner, you're not the only one running the show.
Of
you
course.
should be able to give tasks to everyone. So that's what I mean by after we've decided this is our activity or event, and we say we are one for beer, we are one for venue, drinking. Yeah. That's what I mean.
Recruit team, if I can read this correctly.
Yeah, that's just the same.
Who's the target? Yes, this is really important. Like basically, I think like a lot of people say that you can ask these like W questions, like who, where, what, when you want to organize an event. So like, who is your target group? Who are you trying to interest? If you have like a, I don't know, you have an event about philosophy, like who is your target group? Like how many people from your university might actually be interested in that, or like just coming up with random things. Like usually probably it's international students, but then if you organize a party, it's probably more the party-oriented students and so on. So it's really interesting as well when you organize different events to see how different participants show up, and then you only see them at, for example, a game night, board game night, but you never see them at the party because they just love to play games, but they don't really like to go out. So that's really important also for us as an ESN or as ESN sections. We try to be inclusive, we try to offer something for everyone should feel included. So if you have diverse events, of course that helps a lot. Finding code names for a bug situation.
Like that's something we do during parties. Like sometimes you don't want to know like there's a bad situation happening. Like like someone is so drunk that they basically like got heated, but you need someone to know. So in this moment we have like a code name like do you want pineapple juice? So like you'll know that there's a bad situation going on, but like no one will actually panic around you. But like the board member will know, so they will come and help the situation. You know what I mean? Like
so that they don't buy more beer or because you do that also
like
check out
you check like what's going on around you, like if there's possibly like someone is hurt themselves, but they're outside, like the party is still going on and you don't want to rise panic in the area. You have a specific word like that you have like phases like
that you use with the other event organizers. Okay.
It's like managing a crisis, but in a very
strict way.
Yes, that's good. Nice. Location, yes, that is important as well. That I'm really sorry. Something with time. I'm sorry. Establish timelines. Did I read this correctly?
Nice. Yeah, that is really important. Like that is kind of going in the direction. Like probably you also have some kind of measurements for okay, if you have an event, maybe you first have an event draft, then you come up with a budget, and that should happen like I don't know 4 weeks before the event latest. That is fixed, and then maybe latest 2 weeks before the event should actually be posted on Facebook. It's really good. Of course, it depends if you do like a really small event compared to like a really big scale event. Of course, usually for the big scale event, you require more preparation time. The preparation phase will probably be longer, and also then you might want to publish the event a bit more than a week ahead, while if it's a really small event, sometimes maybe a week is enough. So that depends as well. Detailed information of what is needed ahead of time. Yes, also really important. So that you don't run into weird situations like you have a party in the middle of the forest but you forgot to bring like trash bags or something like that. That's really important as well. I think generally asking these what if questions really helps without making people demotivated. That's always the big problem. Like maybe you have a new board member who comes up with a really great idea of we want to do this event, but you as a person who has been in the board for longer knows this and this will probably not work out. Instead of discouraging, is that the word, the person to continue with the idea, try to find solutions to those issues that you have. So for example, I don't know, you want to do a party and you say, yeah, and we want to sell drinks there, and then you're like, oh, but we don't have a license to sell drinks. How about people bring their own drinks? Then you can still have the party, you can still have the event that the person was suggesting, but you're just changing it a bit. And then also what happens in case something would go wrong. Like what happens if we want to have an outdoor party and the weather is shit? Like what do we do to have like these kind of backup plans beforehand? Because then you will be less stressed in the critical execution phase. Yes, check weather. Wow, here it is written. If I read that correctly?
Yes, I
yes?
down I have. Yeah, check the weather. If it's like an outdoor event, just check it like what's leading up to it and the day of it.
Yeah, I think like that would actually be somewhere like there.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's true. Like if you want to have an outdoor event and it's raining cats and dogs, maybe you want to postpone it. And what we have here is open communication. Yeah, I think that's what it's there. Monitoring, proper time management and deadlines, time management, timetable. Yes, I think this is something that you prepare for the execution phase already in the preparation phase. What you do during the execution phase is, I don't know, you have some people who are coming to help out, that you like tell them what they are supposed to do, that you are, wait, how did I formulate it? I had such a nice formulation for that, sorry, I have to search for that quickly. Damage control. So if something happens, like someone gets hurt, or the weather is bad, or something else happens, like I don't know, you have a party and the police shows up, or whatever, like what do you do in those situations? Yeah. And then in the evaluation phase, that is really good, like participant feedback. Also try to integrate the feedback loop within your organizing team. Like what went well with the communication, for example, with the way how the event was planned. Do we maybe want to change something that would make it easier to conduct the event again? And most important, don't just collect the feedback, but also summarize it and write it down somewhere, because it doesn't help anyone if you're organizing a really great event and you have a lot of good learnings, but then it's not transported to the next people who might organize the event. Asking for feedback and ideas, yes. Prepare a proper handover for the next event, perfect. Reports of the event and feedback, yes, that's really great. And then maybe if you took pictures during the event, you can also publish them and so on, so that's really good. Okay, so I mean the preparation phase, as said, it's really good if you have like a, we call it like event dashboard in ESN Vector, where you have like these deadlines where it can like observe, okay, 2 weeks before the event, Facebook event posted, check. And then you can always see, are we still in the time frame or are we behind? In which area are we behind? Can we fix this somehow? And so on. Yeah, so that's really important. And in the execution phase, here we come to the like crisis management of it. Probably Elizabeth can also tell from her experience, and other people as well. If you organize an event, regardless of how professional the ways how you organize it, shit will always go wrong. Prepare for this. Don't expect, I'm a perfectionist as well, but don't expect that everything will go smoothly, because it never goes smoothly. The only thing is, well, how you can make a difference is, first of all, if you are really well prepared, you might be able to rule out a lot of those things. If you have an outdoor party and you realize it's raining, damn it, what do we do? But you already have like had a backup plan from the start of getting a tent or putting the party somewhere else, where you could actually continue to have the party. Perfect. That will save you a lot of heart attacks in the execution phase. Plus then, of course, if something unexpected happens, what is important in this situation? Does it make sense, like, I don't know, like last week Battle Edition, our participants were supposed to get the t-shirts. We are sitting at the harbor, we get the information, the t-shirts are not there, they are in Tallinn, we are in Stockholm, our event is starting in 2 hours. So what do I do in this situation? Panic, freak out, shout around to everyone? No, just a little bit. I mean, if you need to rant about something, because I mean, obviously it was like really emotional for all of us and we were a bit pissed off as well. Do that, but do that in a safe environment where your participants are not able to hear it. So even if, let's say, I don't know, you forgot to bring the t-shirts, okay, then I can maybe, if there's no one from the participants around and maybe also no one from the other organizers, be like, why did you forget it again? Like, is this really necessary? I could do that approach and be like blaming you. Or what I could also do is to be like, okay, can we fix the situation now? If yes, how can we fix it? And I think this is what really makes you become like a more experienced and more like less stressed event manager in the execution phase, is how you deal with those situations, and that comes with practice, of course. But that's why this evaluation phase is so important, to see, okay, what maybe didn't go that well, how can we improve it in the next time? So this is really important. And then like you have shit happening, like coronavirus is cancelling all your events, like what are you gonna do? Like for example, what I really like Norway, they were supposed to have their national platform this weekend. They were not allowed to have it because of the coronavirus. So what did they do? They released a Facebook post with a really hilarious graphic of people being in those hazard suits. Like, yeah, we have the Corona NP virtual free participation on Sunday. So you have a shitty situation, you have to deal somehow with it, and you find a way to react to it. Probably that was not only one person who came up with the idea, but that's why constantly during all this time you need to have a feedback loop within your team. You always need to re-evaluate, okay, is this still happening? Because maybe if I tell you, you need to organize 500 condoms for the event because we want to give it out for free, but then you don't manage to find someone who will give you 500 condoms for free. I know in Sweden this is highly unlikely that will happen, but just imagine. Then it's like, okay, what can we do instead? Because then it doesn't make sense to tell him, oh, the deadline is tomorrow, you still haven't organized the condoms. You have to find a workaround for that. So that is also something that can really help. Yeah, so like, what are you doing with your events at the moment regarding coronavirus? Are you still having events? Did you cancel all of them? Yeah.
Since a number has cancelled all the events.
Yeah.
Especially now that I'm telling you the big, I mean,
yeah.
Russia tree.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the big sea battle is still in the
I see. Yeah, I think what is really important, which is also the reason why we haven't released like an updated statement yet. Like, of course, as soon as I heard about, oh, we might have to cancel the event, I could have sit there and like wrote a statement and just publish it immediately. But that is not really what you're supposed, or what I would recommend you guys to do in that moment. But really check with your team, check, okay, what different ideas do we have? Does it make sense to wait, or does it make sense to release a statement? If yes, what should the statement contain? And particularly regarding the coronavirus, I think it's really important. There's so much misinformation spread. Like for example, not personally criticizing you at all, but this thing that you said before with this, that the situation will get better once the weather is better. This is an assumption. There is no proof for this by virologists, by scientists, or whoever. It's like so much information that is sometimes getting twisted a little bit, or that alcohol helps against the coronavirus. Yes, it does, but only if it has more than 70%. Apart from that, you're not safe with alcohol. Also, it decreases your immune system and so on. So it's like there's so much misinformation. So imagine you are a new international student who just came to Sweden. What is the most important thing that you want to have in that situation? You want to have proper information. You want to know what's happening, particularly maybe in a country where most of the information that maybe the university issues is actually in Swedish and not in English. Find reliable sources. If you want me to, I can give you a list. Like I've been talking to those people for like I don't know how many hours in total now. So I can give you all kinds of reliable sources that are good to use, that are not spreading fake news, that are not increasing the panic, because I think this is the last thing that we need. People need to be aware of the situation, they need to be careful of course, but they shouldn't, it doesn't help if you make people more panicky. And really take people serious. Also, I don't know if you organize an event and you know, like you say from the start, it will be an event where you go on a hiking trip, and then later on a participant complains who's like, yeah, like I have a broken foot, like it was really difficult for me to participate. Of course you could be like, yeah, why did you even participate? Like it was said it's a hiking event. Think that in your brain if you feel like it, but be really respectful towards the participants, because the brain works like this, that if you have one bad memory with an organization, this will stick to your brain so much longer and to your memory so much longer than 10 positive experiences that you have. So try to stay nice. Also, if people are overreacting, try to calm them down. You don't have to be panicky together with them, but try to stay reasonable and respectful towards your international students, and also provide them with correct information. If you have to cancel an event, cancel it, but then try to inform as soon as you know that you will cancel it, also about the reasons and okay, what is going to happen. Is there maybe a possibility if you cancel the language cafe that there will be a later time where you will have the event? And talk to your university as well. Maybe they have some information that they want you to know and that they want you to share among the students. And I think what is also really important is maybe to find ways how people cannot feel like super alone when they are sitting at home and their family is like in Australia or whatever. Like maybe recommend them like free channels how they can communicate with their family, like, hey, yeah, did you know now you can have a Google Meet session with up to 250 people at once because of the coronavirus. They can Skype with an entire wedding.
The participants are not going to have a break if you don't stop now.
But like, are they not coming in when they're done?
They're done. They're having fun.
They're fika. Oh, I didn't know. I thought they would come back. Sorry. No. Yeah. Yeah, but so if you need more information, let me know. And if you have some good practices, share them in the ESN Sweden. Thank you. Sorry. Oh, one thing I forgot. You can also organize responsible party events in your local section. If you want to know more about that, ask Taha. I thought they would come back in here. I didn't realize that.
What? They said like they saw a whiteboard. Which whiteboard?
That's
This
the
one.
whiteboard. All of this where
The
you
streaming
write on.
is showing this one.
No, but I was standing in front of it. Oh, now I do. There's a delay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how did it go, Alice?
I'm leaving tomorrow.
No, I mean your workshop.
Oh, it's good. Actually, like everyone has
Just sharing information, sharing knowledge. Yeah, that's what people are supposed to do, right?
So do you, are you putting it like to Canada or?
No, sorry.
So when are you going back then? Going to Canada? Why?
Like, I don't know, like, they asked me to, and they asked me to leave now. I'm like, no, I can't do that. Like, literally, there's no train. But what I can do, like, is, you know, like, I'm compromising them.
I love that you
It's
left
like,
on the same.
yeah, I'm leaving tomorrow.
That was so on point.
I will never have to go back. Never. What? We'll never have to go back. Yeah, like what the fuck? Oh my god. It's like a curse to both of us. Like, Bella, Alice is leaving. Oh, Alice is leaving. But like, what do you need? Do you need like a section to propose it, or you can just like just this change? No. As long as we are swapping the topics, it's fine. Okay.
We can do a quick votation, by the way, if anyone disagrees.
Oh, if they disagree, and I'll tell my parents. Yeah, people disagree with that. It's not.
Also, with the change on the presentation, or the which we did in order to be technically okay with the, we put treasures at the end.
Oh yeah.
We put, communication at the end. We can also let that vote.
Yeah. I don't think we have to vote. We just have to ask any objection.
Yeah, any objection to that.
There won't be any. So. Okay, now we're fine. Now your last session is at 11:35. Amazing. Or you know what? It's better if we swap that so you don't have to do 2 in a row. That might be better. Yeah, thank you. We can have lunch. Yes, we can. Oh, and I think that can stay until the community one.
That's what I'm experiencing right now. Yeah, that's why. Like a little bit.
No, better than. Well, you can say at the beginning.
Yeah.
Go off. You have to learn that. Everything okay?
Just Flixbus fucking up. I can lost 90 cents. Like, look, I bought a trip for 90 cents with many vouchers applied.
What?
Now for coronavirus, they say we can sell all the travels, you can get a free reimbursement, but then they apply a tariff of cancellation of 90 cents. And so I don't get anything.
That's funny.
The nice thing is that I was having another one. I paid €3 and I got the voucher without any tariff. So, Flixbus, what the fuck? Their systems are fucked up and they know about it. You want something from the coffee break?
I'm going to go myself.
Okay, as you want.
I try to at least be sustainable, you know.
Oh, well, I'm just a coffee porter.
Yeah, that's
I
it.
brought my own travel mug. So
I
I can
do,
store
but I'm
it
not
from wherever I want.
How are you ladies doing?
I'm good.
Yeah?
Yeah. You?
Looking good? Yeah, I mean, you guys have good questions for my presentation. I'm gonna be comfy. I just sit around and wait.
You don't want to question me, but I want to be like
That is the same here.
Sounds like trying to figure something out that I can like bash you off, but then
I appreciate you not terrorizing me.
I mean, there's still time for this. Oh, you gotta know official stuff.
I just don't know if it's gonna be true because I feel like also whining every like hour about different symptoms and I'm like this is what can happen right now. So I'm just
I feel like
very dehydrated. Every day I have a fever. I constantly feel feverish. It's basically like I drink what 6 cups of coffee a day, or like twice a day when I drink it late and I start like getting red because of how much I drink. But I don't know. I feel like maybe it's just a start now. But I have seen that my voice gets so weak. It's like I'm always like confused with everything, so I just want to check everything. Just get a better grip on what's wrong with me and feel better. Yeah, that's basically it.
But communication.
But you don't have me.
Jag tänkte bara jag ska berätta lite snabbt om vad som har feedback. Allting blir väldigt små. Sidan kommer väldigt mycket. Inte jag är väldigt mycket. Vi kommer skjuta till maj och sen vänta och se om det blir värre så kommer de att resonera. Men om det blir så att alla kommer gå tillbaka till köksresan. Men vet du, det kommer inte överskrida det 50 personer. Så just nu är det kanske 340 personer. Och så lite så att det är sådana att man har en allt ifall det blir av så bör man köpa allt och ni får ju tillbaka alla pengar.
Oh, wow, what the See? I told you!
What do you think?
This is what I told me. Like, did you?
I'm a veteran in this. Come on.
Yeah, we're like, make me tonight. I will be wearing this.
Nej, jag tycker det är viktigt att köpa. För att de har alltså nej, alltså jag säger såhär, det kommer. Men för att säkerställa att jag har en plats. Så att jag köper en jättebällen har vi haft lovat och sagt till grannarna att om det händer så får man tillbaka pengar. För att det går inte att sluta. Och är det någon som frågar dig om bara kan vi jag kommer typ skriva ut lite grejer om sidan så jag ska och sen så kommer jag att ringa till Emily vid 60. För då var vi bara nice. Men då får ha det bra så hörs vi senare. Så säger jag till
So our university offers that for free to all the board members, and that's really good. So if maybe, I don't know if you like, but in our case it's like the health and well-being officer that is responsible for it. And they also have like actually a person always that you can reach 24/7 each day if there's something happening. Because we had no one. And there was also
They took your computer, they took your chair. Now they took your position, you know. That's how things escalate, you know.
One thing at a time.
I swear, like someone Alice is supposed to present the
Yeah, you can see it, that's all good.
and then also
I'm not into Chinese.
So we put in
tell people to set up in Chinese.
Sorry, to 100 participants, and we did not collaborate with anyone.
Alice, can you present?
Yes.
Or do you still okay, I'm going
That's me too waiting to the life.
Alright.
Hey, Antonio, how did you go with it?
Okay, now the most exciting part is starting, and it's candidate presentations. Yay! Just a quick question to you, because we had to shift two things in the agenda, and we will need to ask you whether there are any objections. The first change is that two candidates are not present. They have sent videos, and the Q&A will be via a phone call or something. But since the stream already had issues, we're not really sure how perfectly it's going to work out. We would like to basically postpone the candidates that are not there to the end of the agenda, so that if something is not working right and we have delays, that the other candidates don't have to get nervous. They have already been informed that they would be the last people presenting today. Are there any objections for that? No, perfect. And then the other issue we had is that Alice has to leave earlier tomorrow. So there were two sessions by her that we had to put a bit earlier and swap it with the education is. It's after lunch now, and the section questionnaire results are also after lunch now. And the history of ESN Sweden and the health and well-being are before lunch, so that others can do it and then leave. Are there any objections on that? No? Perfect. In that case, we have our first candidate presentation with Alice for treasurer.
Yeah. One moment, I will set your presentation.
Hey my dudes, this is how Yave taught me how to start a presentation. Always start with, hey my dudes. Yeah, this is from the template. Change the word. I think it's really suitable. And my presentation. About me, you don't need any picture because I'm right here. You can see Asian face. I'm from China, of course. And yeah. Basic information. Female, 21 years old, same age as our main chair. Hey, Chinese, pure Chinese, mainland China. Also currently studying Kalmar. And my education background is quite funny. Is 8 years of fine arts, 2 years of design, and then now business. I'm studying the basic business and administration course 1 and 2, like semester. So there will be marketing, organization, finance, budgeting, calculation, every basic business course. No, relax. I haven't been in China for the past 2 weeks, and I don't eat bats and dogs, so I'm settled, I'm good. And I think I have good sense of humor. And yes, the whole presentations are in pink, because I was sugar high when I was making it. And also a fun fact about myself, if people who knows me, yes, I turn red when I drink alcohol in this term. But Alan says it's probably not one drink, it's one zip. Yeah. About my ESN experience. My home section is ESN Växjö, and I joined since I moved here in Sweden in 2017. Started with active member, and then joined as board member as body committee coordinator in 2018, and then 2 mandates of country manager. I was the one elected on spot, say, hey, I'm motivated on this, I want to join the national level. And also, Javed recruited me in 2019 spring for the seabed OC. I was also together with Taha and also with Shell. Yay. Also, this time in the AGM OC, knock on wood. So I was in the commercial team of HMLC, and then here in ESN Sweden, I'm the founder of the Swedish business and finance community, And also, I'm the founder of the MemeCom on Facebook. Hey! Yeah. Does it change? Hey. So White Treasure. Yeah, after 2 Mondays of partnership manager. First, I love ESN Sweden. Like, I love all the people I work with and also my experience. And just for personal interest, I want to gain more experience on budget management and also financing. Because in the motivation session, we talk about what drives us to keep staying in ESN. Like, for me, it's really about what I'm learning, what I'm gaining in ESN. And yeah, might be a bit selfish. Oh, I want to gain this, but yeah, it is. And also it's connected to the ESN card project. Also connected to partnership manager. As treasurer, I hope I can still assist the partnership manager and to share my experience, my knowledge, and also keep supporting the sections on business and partnership matters. And why you should vote for me? I think my motivation you can see from my presentation, and also how much I talk about my work, and also how active I am in the national level, I would say, during each discussion, also on Slack, although I'm a coordinator, but I like to give 1 or 2 cents from myself. And I think I'm pretty good at time management, and also I work quite efficiently as Chinese. Hey. And also I really care about the sections. I think I've been in touch with mostly maybe Stockholm, also Södertörn. Like where is he? Hey, here. Södertörn and also Linköping. Also more and more with Gothenburg recently about their promotion on ESN card and partnership. I told them a lot how much I was proud of them. And also since I'm here, I'm living in Kalmar. I'm also assisting Kalmar a lot, so I really care about the sections. And since after ESN review, ESN Sweden become a national organization, yeah, there will be also a lot of consultation, also communication with the sections. I'm pretty sure I will be good at this. Yeah, and also people might ask, but you don't speak Swedish, and also, do you know about finance? I see myself as a fast learner since I joined my first mandate kind of halfway. So I only have, I think, 3 hours of knowledge transfer, like, transition. So everything is kind of like, I'm starting to learn from my national level, and also from Oscar, was the previous treasurer, and also learn from the other country. Because also one of the reasons I love ESN is we share best practice from other countries, from sections. So, also I learn from Shell as well. Yeah. Yeah. So what I'm also good at, I think, is separating the professional and personal side. For example, we talk about the communication channel, like from Slack and from Messenger. Like I can separate, like if during a discussion, during like budget or during reimbursement, I can talk with my team in the professional side instead of, oh, I like you, so I give you more money. Okay. Yeah, if I'm elected as treasurer, I can guarantee I will be active on all discussion in the board and also in the national level, and raise my voice and also give my opinion. And also, second point is seeking more sources for income, because I just coming back from Poland last month from the Business and Finance Conference in Warsaw, which gather all the treasurer and partnership manager together. So in the open space, we can see how the incomes and expenses are divided in percentage in different countries. And to be honest, for the Swedish pie chart, it's quite obvious that we are a lot of like depending on sea battle. And I think we have the opportunity to really seek for more opportunities. Like for example, right now we have a chance to develop our merch project. So it kind of also lead to the new income sources. And as I mentioned, active in between international level and local level, and really consult the sections, hear their voice, and also supporting them. And as my time efficiency, I can pay my team on time, I think. Yeah, and good communication with the accountant, since as in my understanding, treasurer also needs a lot of communication with the accountant and also work together. Yeah, we are all in ESN and we're giving up our time for the volunteer job, but I'd love to give up more of my personal life to the treasurer position. Yeah, and this is also from the template. I think it's working well. And to the end of presentation, vote for Guo. I got it from Shenqiao. Yeah, yeah, that's me. Thank you.
Taha doesn't have a question, but it's still you're fine. Yes, we also saw.
He's playing?
He's playing. No, he has something on the eyes.
No corona.
No drama. Please start your questions.
Okay, Alex would be the first one.
And then Ellen, and then, yeah.
Okay.
Please stand up.
Alex, Ellen, Kjell, and that's...
Alex, Ellen, Kjell.
Shell. Sorry. So Alex would be the first one. Do you mean Alex that's on the stream? Oh, there's someone on the stream asking a question. Is that allowed?
No.
Because I don't know if we have Alex.
I mean,
We have someone if they have a question.
Is there the full name or only the first name?
I don't have the stream open as well.
I don't know. In the
Okay, we have two more questions. Mary and Oscar.
No, we want the first one.
First question.
Yeah, it is Alex from National Coordinator, yes.
Okay, yeah. Okay, this is from the...
I don't know, that's what I'm asking. Is it allowed to ask questions if you're not there? I don't know how you handle that in Sweden.
You can check the SOS. Taha is not there.
Okay, then for now we would do the question by Ellen and we will check.
I think yes,
we should allow it.
I'm sharing the star.
Share the star with me. Ellen, National Board. First of all, thank you for your presentation. I'm wondering, because you always have like a lot of ideas and you're really involved in the things that you do, which I generally really appreciate a lot. But so do you think if you would get elected as National Treasurer, that you would, additionally to all these great ambitions that you were mentioning, also have the time to kind of keep track of the sea battle finances, or would you not be up for that and want to delegate it to a treasurer of the OC?
Thank you for your question. I wouldn't say it's an ambitious plan, because actually like my main plan is just to maintain the work, just to do, like just focus my work, just to do it. So as Sea Battle is a part of our national events and also currently our biggest income resource, so yes, it's the answer.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so the next one would be Shell. Okay, I got it.
Excellent. Shell, National Board, and Treasurer. So my question to you, Alice, is I found it tough for me not knowing kind of how my studies would evolve later in my mandate, thus taking away more time from the position. So I'm wondering if you kind of know, okay, so say you get elected, if you'll still have time a year from now to put in the same effort you'll put in the summer, in the fall. Will you be able to give 100% the entire time, or do you see something getting in the way?
Yeah. Thank you for the question. I think our time, like my timeline, or my life goal right now is to finish my business diploma, business credits. So I will finish everything, if everything goes well, is the next, actually this mandate time. So it will be focused on my business course. It's not thesis involved so far. So I will guarantee, yes, I will put as much time as I can, and also as the minimum you see, I will give up my personal life on this. It's kind of sad.
Alright, so we checked, and participants have the right to speak, but the chairing team can extend the right to speak to other people as well. We don't see anything that speaks against people not being present asking anyway, so the next question would be the one by Alex. Could you...
Wait, I haven't answered all his questions yet.
No,
I just realized.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just realized I haven't answered your question about language, because you said you also have the difficulty. No? Sorry. Yep, I'm good. Hey.
Oh, yeah.
Hi.
You can do the question with the microphone, please. Thank you.
Okay. So the question is, I've been working, it's by Alex. I've been working with Alice for a couple of years now, and I can say without, okay, it's not a question. It's a comment. Whatever. I started reading it. And I can say without a doubt that she can fulfill any task she's taken care of. I believe her knowledge and her experience will help her to work as ESN Sweden treasurer. She is a really nice person and a great leader that can be trusted. Good luck, Alice. Okay, if that is the definition of question for the people not being present, I would suggest we are not allowing this kind of questions, but apparently Alex likes you. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
Let's see whether Mary has actually asked the question or no. Yes. Okay. So, yes, it is actually a question. So, Mary was asking, regarding the ESN Sweden merge, what steps do you think we should take to make it a stable income for the organization?
I think for the merge project so far, we have two focus. Since we were supposed to have the AGM, so we have 2 orders. One is the international one, which targeting other countries. One is for the local section. And since we didn't get any order from the section, I would say the first step is really the consultation to the section or with the section. What is your concern? Why you didn't take the initiative or why you didn't take the order? And at least we can analyze what we can do, we can make the change. So I'm still positive that we can work on this merge project, since it's also a lot of promoting the Swedish culture, which I think is a good thing for the international and the exchange student to bring back to their home country when they finish their Erasmus. So I'm positive about this. And I will try my best to keep this project going. And yeah, Mary.
Can you switch? So then the next question would be by Oscar. Then we also have another question by Oscar.
What?
No, that's not. Sorry. The next one is by Michaela. And after that, I would propose to close the speakers list. Are there any objections? No. Okay. Then it's going to be Oscar, Michaela, and then we move on to the next presentation.
Yeah, if it was up to me, I'd ask 20 questions, but I won't. No, but okay. You wanted to diversifying ESN Sweden's incomes. This has been considered for the last 2 years. Do you have any ideas of alternative incomes that we've not already had that you like to see?
No, I don't.
Very well.
Yeah.
Work on it.
Fair enough.
Why did you give it to me?
Oh, sure.
It's for her.
Thank you for your presentation. So how do you see the position that you applied for, transition to the new structure with no MR being the link between the three levels? What's your view on that and how would you deal with it?
I think since I established the Swedish Business and Finance Community is, I would say, the first step or the foundation of the selection consultation, also collecting their, I would say, input or data as well, for example, for the national questionnaire. Yeah, so it's the first step, and then me as a national treasurer to bring our information or our situation to the international level. I would say also since I have pretty good connection with other countries, so it will also be a benefit for me to represent as a treasurer from the national organization. Does it answer your question? Thanks.
Okay, that was the last question. Alice is relieved now from the stage.
Can I drop?
No.
She's good.
I told you, if you do that, you're done.
Okay, the next presentation is by Ellen, and it's her candidacy as National Event Manager.
Do I have a timer somewhere?
No. I can show you. You can use the clicker.
Yeah, you can show me the minutes that are left.
Yeah.
With your hands.
How many minutes?
7.
Okay. Go for it.
Hello, my name is Ellen. If you didn't know yet, I'm currently the National Event Manager of ESN Sweden, and as you can see on this also pink slide that shows the same color as Alice, this is my application to reapply for the same position. Yes, short introduction about myself. My name is Ellen, I'm 26. For those of you who it concerns and interests, I'm from Germany and I love authors, in case you couldn't tell already. I have a background in studying business administration, now I'm studying marketing. My local section is ESN Växjö, where I was active in the local board as vice president and LR and like local C-battle coordinator for 2 years. Yeah, as mentioned, I've been the national event manager before. So far I survived 6 C-battle editions and 1 POPs edition. Yes, quite proud of that one. Yes, I have some experience with event management. If you want to know more, you can read my CV. I think it's quite extensive there. Yeah, but also before, like, I mean, even before I started to be responsible for C-Battle, I was organizing a lot of events in the local section that I was part of, and already during my time as a like college student, high school student, however you call that in English, I was also like not occupied enough with just going to school, so I was volunteering a lot there as well, organizing events for our entire school and so on. And I was also I was a marketing manager of like a club in my hometown, where I was also able to organize quite big events. It's mostly party related, a bit in that direction, not like weddings or something. Don't ask me to be a wedding planner, please. Yeah, but so I would say I have gathered quite some knowledge about that already. Yeah, for more information, ask me later or check my CV. Yes, so what are my plans? I think that's the most important question, right? Yes, for now, make the best out of the corona situation. We always have to stay positive. Yeah, I think I mentioned it in some of the small sessions before already, but like what I think is currently a bit difficult is that of course every year there's a new national event manager, every year there's a new OC, sometimes the OC changes even during the mandate. So we have a really short lifespan of the people that are involved in C-Battle, which of course makes it super easy to happen that information gets lost. So if you develop a partnership but then you lose the contact information, it's like, you have to know who to ask to get it back.
So what I would want to work on if getting re-elected is to work on standardizing the documentation and handovers, even if the positions may change within the OC. I think this is something that is really important, that basically everyone who has the position would add on some more stuff, so that you don't have to make the same mistakes again, but you can learn from the mistakes that the previous person did. Also, I find it a bit sad that we have so many people in ESN Sweden and the local sections that are involved in organizing events. I think more or less everyone is somehow involved in it, but some of you also have positions that are kind of exclusively about organizing events. And currently there's no community for that. This is also something that I would want to work on. I think I have a slot tomorrow to talk with event managers in the community field, even though I'm not a community. It's not a community yet, but so this is something I want to work on, and also offer support for sections regarding event organization. It's not like that I know everything and I can always give you the perfect hint and whatever, but that's why I think a community would be really great, where we could share ideas, and particularly in situations like coronavirus, we all have the same problems. Then we could just channel the information and the ideas that we have there. Yeah, I also want to continue to strengthen the national event manager community, which is currently not officially recognized yet by ESN International, and gain more experience with different national events. Like I had the chance to be as an OC helper at POPs last semester, and it was giving me so much input and so much that we wanted to implement in that Sea Battle edition now. Yes, and of course Sea Battle's got a plan for you. Probably you can't read it, start singing and forgets what you wanted to talk about. Yeah, so I have a lot of ideas that we were planning on implementing this semester. Let's see how this will go. For example, we have like an anthem for Sea Battle. No one has ever heard it. Or no, some people have, but yeah. So that's something that we like want to go a bit more in the I would want to go a bit more in the direction of making the event a bit more unique in some way and recognizable. Also a bit like more diverse in that sense, and like I think there's like so much potential for making it like a even more like outstanding event, trying out different things. Like we implemented belly dancing classes, for example, last edition and so on. There's a lot that can be improved, and I think most of the situation around this is actually related to this, like having standardized documentation, so that you're actually able to not start from the bottom, but then you have the promotion guide already, for example, that the sections can work on. And basically as soon as someone new enters the OC, they get like their few pages of paper where they can read through the most important knowledge, because for me it's currently also like not really possible to know everything about every position in the OC. Yes, and I think also what I would want to continue doing is to really have like a strong connection with the other like national events that are happening. Have the possibility continuously to have like international volunteers, so people from other countries that are not part of Sea Battle, to have the possibility to attend the event as a group leader or RPA, to just see how the event is happening. There's also like a movement in that direction by other national events that are organized in ESN. So I think that's something that everyone can learn something from, and I think apart from that, like we are doing so well already with the responsible party implementation, for example, and so on, which I believe is really important, and just like also having these like higher quality parties and not just parties where the music is the same as you always hear in the nightclub when you go out anyway, and so on. So I think those are things that I would want to work on. And wait, I can't wait. I can't, like I'm somewhere wrong.
You are in the folder.
Yes, I don't know how that happened. Yes. Questions? Yeah, that's me being responsible at an event and at other events. Also apologize us
being a bit distracted from time to time because we're not from Sweden and our flights keep getting cancelled, so let's use
Like
that.
now, 2 out of 3 of us just get the flight cancelled. So.
Welcome to Sweden.
This is your new home.
As of now, we only have one question, and that question is by Michaela.
I'm going to keep asking the same question. So, how do you see the transition to the new structure with no NR being the link between the 3 levels? What's your view on that, and how will you do
Can you say
it?
it a little bit slower?
How do you see the transition to the new structure with no NR being the link between the 3 levels? What's your view on that, and how would you deal with that?
Position specific.
Yeah. I mentioned it before already in like internal consultation that I believe that the position, the national event manager position, is really having a super high workload already. Nevertheless, I really see, for example, the benefits. Like when I got the chance to join you in CNR Glasgow, I got to meet so many people who are involved in organizing events, and I got so much inspiration from that. So I believe to some degree it's like all connected, as you also said in your presentation before. And I think like personally, I feel like I right now have the connection at least to the people who have a similar position to me in the national level. There's not really a similar position in the international level, so I think it's the vice president then who would be kind of the contact person. But what I really see is lacking right now is the connection to the local sections, and I think this is something that, as mentioned, I would really like to work on, where probably we could also really contribute, that we can learn from each other and just improve the quality of events and like how information is spreading and best practice sharing and so on. Yeah, I don't know whether that answered your question or whether it was also about how to cover the NR duties.
Generally as a national board member.
Yeah, no, but I think that's like the position specific stuff, and like apart from that I'm a little bit afraid of the workload because I know that Michaela has been doing an amazing job the last 2 years. I mean, I was LR when she was NR. I know what I'm talking about. So that's why I'm a bit afraid of the situation because I'm like, how are we gonna distribute all the workload? Yeah, but apart from that, I hope that it would be possible to distribute it a bit better. And then maybe also the learnings from this community could then also contribute to how we organize our NPs or NAs then later on and so on, and could maybe also strengthen our community a bit more to apply for international events, such as Lund did for NEP. Yeah.
Thank you. You're welcome.
There are no questions. Is anyone still typing or?
Okay, that's a no, so you only had one question. Thank you for the presentation and you're free to sit down. Awesome. Let's move on to the next presentation. It would be Tara for the education officer. Yay.
Just a moment. Sure.
Hello guys, so now I'm presenting my candidacy to the education officer position, and this will go a bit quickly. So who am I? I'm Taha Hajj from Aleppo, Syria. I studied law. I finished just recently Master in Middle Eastern Studies at Lund University. I'm 30 years old, now looking for a job, and yeah, feel free to help me out if you have any suggestions or any open calls for jobs. You all know that I'm finishing now soon my mandate as president of Sweden and as a president in general in all the structure in ESN. The president is very related to the education, and I've worked a lot within the education within this last year. Quickly, what's my ESN experience? You have ESN Lund. I've stayed in Lund for 1.5 years in the local board, chair of activity committee, and 1 year as president. In ESN Sweden, I have coordinator and recently the president of ESN Sweden. And ESN International, I joined Educate. I am facilitator, and I finished Educate Forward. So hopefully soon I'll be junior trainer. I also was part of NIC. I'm still part of ICE. And yeah. Future plans. Well, basically my future plans, my main reason for applying here for this position is I want to finish the things that I started during my mandate as president. Unfortunately, we in ESN Sweden, we all struggle to find an education officer. So I would like to, it will be sad to see the effort put this year to be gone to waste. Even though I'm now looking for a job, I know I will have some time that I can put here, so it will be nice to continue the projects that I started. So my future plans are the things that I already start working on in my mandate now, which is getting every section to organize one mobility event every semester, and then gather all of these in one booklet to use for us ESN Sweden and the sections as an advocacy tool to show the stakeholders that we are doing an effective and responsible and important work within this field. I would like also to finish the mobility booklet, which is a booklet that summarizes all the exchange possibilities within within Sweden for high school and university level students, and also use it as an advocacy tool, because since we will be doing it, this is the idea, by the way, from ESN France, so shout out for them for doing this really nice best practice. So it will be a really nice tool because we will do it and then we'll give it to you guys in the local section. You will be the main distributor of this booklet, and it will be a really nice tool to show and to prove how effective we are, how we are doing a really nice job in this field and get the attention of the university and other stakeholders. There are also other projects within the education field. There's a lot of things that ESN is working on after now almost a year within the education community. There's a lot of things that we could explore and work with, but since we have limited human resources and for people being dedicated for this, we didn't actually get the chance to explore all of these. Hopefully also I will try to include 1 or 2 more things of these projects also within ESN Sweden during this year of education officer. So simply I can help ESN Sweden continue on the education path we started this year, and it would hurt me to see it going back to square one another time, because this actually happened at least 2 times or maybe 3 times since I joined ESN. There's an education officer, they do something, and then they leave. The next year there's no education officer, things go back to 0. And then the year after we have a new education officer, things also start again, and then they leave, no new education officer, and things go back to 0. So hopefully if for 1 more year, continue this push within the education field and tried also to get the sections to keep this ball rolling on this field. Hopefully we will have enough momentum to continue later on, and we will attract always an someone interested in the education officer position. So yeah, thank you.
All right. So far we have 1 question, and it comes from your section, and it's by Charles. Yes, he's over there.
Hello, thank you. Hello. On behalf of our communications manager at ESN Lund, she'd like to ask, how would you, as an education manager, react if someone in your new team feels stressed or uncomfortable?
As an education officer, I'm sorry to say we don't have a team.
Oh.
Yeah. Sorry. As an education officer, I work alone with coordination with the president. So it will be like me and the president will kind of set the plan for the education, what we're going to do, and then we work on it. There's other ESN countries who are much bigger and have much more human resources. They have education team under the education officer, but for us we don't have.
That's cool. Thank you.
Okay, so far we have 2 more questions. We have Ashok and Alan. Is anyone still typing? Alan again after that?
Yeah, we still.
Okay, so we're not closing for now.
Hello. Yeah. Ashok, ESN Gothenburg. I think we've had the president, the call for president, and we also spoke about the mobility booklet at that time. I think it was in the late December, November, I believe. I would like to know what is the status of that, because you're still the president, so you already said that you've been working on it. And another question is, like, after seeing the presentation, you said that it's going back to square one. So isn't there like a documentation done, because it's a national level? So when another education officer is coming, so it should be like the graph should be linear. It should not go back and come back again.
So for the mobility booklet, tried to work. There was a lot of, unfortunately, like workload in the management part of my like the president task, and education, even though it's very related to the president, relays a lot on the education officer. Since we didn't have education officer, we couldn't really push it forward that much. For the mobility booklet, we are still in the process, in the very early process. We're trying to know what our information should we include there, and once we have that, and we can contact our national agency to get what information we should, what are the mobility chances, and then we start from there building the mobility booklet. As for not going for square zero, yes, it should have been, there should have been some documentations, but I don't know, I cannot speak for my 2 or 3 generations before, like in the ESN national level, Sweden national level. I don't know what happened, but about the knowledge transfer. But one thing for sure that happens is our relationship with our national agency, which is one of the core things that we do as in the education field. It always goes back to zero because there's no one still in contact with them. There's no one is working with them. So even if there's documentation, but what happens is when there's no one contacting them for a whole year, they think just ESN just sleeping or something. That's what happens.
Yeah. Okay. So can I follow up question?
Another question
No,
or
just a follow-up.
Okay,
Yeah.
that is fine.
So would you develop that document for the future education officer, so he or she can have this contact?
If you do that.
I mean, definitely. I already, when we had for a brief time, we had what's called I forgot the name. Education officer for 1 month before she resigned. For as we speak before, yeah, we actually started some documents about possible plans for ESN Sweden, what's kind of the path is, summarizing all the things that ESN International is working on, trying to start that kind of documentation. So yeah, of course we can build on that and have like more clear documentation.
Okay. Great.
So right now it's looking Alan, then Hannah, then a question by Mary from the stream, and Alan again. Anyone else wants to be added to the speakers list?
Yeah, I sent.
Okay, you said, oh yeah, I got it right now. Then it's Sophia, and after that I propose to close the speakers list. Are there any objections? No, okay, so yours was the last question.
So that people in streaming might send an answer and delay with the closing of the speakers list.
Okay, we have like 10 seconds delay, right? Okay. So in that case, and also a quick reminder, try also to keep the answers concise. That would be nice.
No problem.
Wait, what was my first? I don't remember which one I said
Oh yeah,
first.
the first one was the how do you plan on encouraging the local sections?
Yeah, Ellen, National Board. So, like I think in most sections, or at least that's from my section experience back then, it's not the main focus to focus on advocacy and educational aspects. So what is your plan regarding encouraging local sections to pay a bit more attention to this and maybe have more events related to this topic?
That's something actually we already started when I had the meeting with the local presidents, pointing out the benefits that the local section get from being noticed and seen as a responsible partner for the university and other local stakeholders like the municipality and others. They always understand that, oh, this is something that will help us get more partners, will help us get more support from the university. So I already noticed this kind of positive reaction from them. So I will try to build on that to point out how better it will be for them to see that, to show the university they're responsible, they're doing a really interesting and important job, because especially in Sweden, all the universities, they would like to send more students out. So that's what they will really be appreciative of this help, so they will even cooperate more with the ESN sections.
Thank you.
Then next up is Hannah.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of similar, but
Is kind of similar, or is it something different?
it's. I mean it's okay. Yeah, Hannah is in Stockholm. Yeah, so it's still like building on the whole relationship with the local sections. Since this is something kind of new and there are not really any clear guidelines about how this is supposed to be done, and you do want to push the sections into doing more mobility related events, do you have any like concrete plans on how to help the sections out with getting this whole process started?
Yeah. That's something actually I'm sorry to say, I promised the presidents already, but I didn't have time to do it, was a short guideline on what kind of events they can organize related to mobility and how, so just a small couple of best practices and they can choose from. The same with Erasmus in schools, so small documents explaining how to do things and show them how simple it is. It's not going to be complicated, and one event in the whole semester is not so hard to work with. So hopefully we'll have time to finish these small booklets and like kind of information guides, and that will be the starting point to go forward from that. Hopefully, of course, the final point would be have local education officers, and that would be great, and that's then we will have our own community, but that's one step at a time.
Thank you. The next question is by Mary from ESN Malmö, and that question is, looking back at your mandate, do you believe you showed team spirit inside the NBC?
Well, I don't know if I can answer that question. I think it's better guided to my teammates. They can answer that better for me. So if anyone wondering about that, I invite you to ask the people who were in the board with me, people in the Sea Battle OC, and you can get a better answer, because I cannot say that, because I could be blind for the truth.
Okay. Thanks. And next up is
Alan again.
It's just one questions.
I didn't even start yet.
Okay, Ellen, National Board. I feel like, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like that if you try to advocate and have a collaboration with like higher education institutes and like all other previous partners in the education field that we had, it is kind of important to have like a clean and like professional external image. Like, how much do you think this is actually needed for the local sections and for the national level to find like kind of the right balance between being like super professional and still having fun and like be towards students?
Okay, this is something interesting, because I have I developed an opinion throughout now my time in ESN. At the beginning, I was more leaning towards like, we need to be professional, we need to show this professionalism for everyone around us. But slowly I started to realize that we are drifting away in the other direction too much. We need to remember that we are a student organization, we need to balance things. I think ESN should be all about hard work, hard play. This is the perfect image for ESN, and we should all try to always show it that yes, we are, we party so hard, we have fun a lot, but we also work so hard and we do a lot of things and we accomplish lots of work. And this balanced image, I think this is the image of that we need to reflect it. I need to allow our sections, if they want to have some like this party spirit, we need to also have it. So. But this is not my job as education officer. My job as education officer will be more actually onto showing the professional side. So actually I'm hoping that your work within national events and local sections to keep the balance between both.
Thank you.
Okay, then Sophia.
I just want to rephrase the question. Is that possible?
If you think that one question was not sufficiently answered, you can ask a follow-up question. Yeah.
Okay.
Do you have a timer, by the way?
So just rephrasing a question. While working with you as a president or OC, has anyone ever felt undermined or uncomfortable? And how do you deal with that, and how do you prevent that?
I mean, conflicts always arise between the people. There's people don't get along. There was conflicts happening around. So I really don't understand what you should answer for here. Like, how do you
prevent that from happening?
How do I prevent that? Well, simply by trying to keep a strong communication open between people, trying to see the things from the other person perspective, trying to put yourself also thinking that you might be also on the wrong side. I think they all can help in this kind of situation. It's every circumstances pose its own circumstances. You need to work with it, but in general, these are the things that you can do.
Wow, thank you.
That was spot on.
Okay. Yeah, that was exactly 30 seconds. Okay, and the last question. Yeah, 1 minute. And the last question was after we close the speakers list, so we're not going to have that one. And we're going to proceed to the next presentation, which is the auditor candidate presentation. Thank you to Taha. And Oscar to the front, please.
You are the auditor, right? The auditor.
Yes,
okay.
I'm reapplying. Fun fact,
So that's your
this is
presentation.
the first position in the ESN I've ever reapplied for.
Good luck.
Thank you. Yes. X marks the spot. I'm just gonna use the keyboards instead.
You have the...
Yeah, I prefer this.
Anyway.
And I can just click.
No, wait. If you want to use that, you have to be there.
Yeah, I'm more used to it.
Yeah, okay. Now it is.
Very well. So, hello everyone, my name is Oscar. I'm reapplying for the position of the ESN Sweden auditor for the mandate of 2020-2021. And I think most of you know me at this point, but if you do not, I am half Swedish, half Finnish. I grew up in Belgium. When I was done with school, I moved to Sweden to study China studies, and I did my exchange in China. After that, I started studying business, and which I'm trying to finish at the moment, my degree in business, and I'm looking for jobs. But missing the international environments I had in China and in Belgium, I joined ESN in February 2017. And while I've had a lot of different positions, mostly according to the roles on the local and national level, the most important roles for me has been Treasurer of ESN Stockholm, which is a position I held for 2 years, and then Treasurer of ESN Sweden, which I did last year. At the same time, in the past and currently, I've been part of several different committees on the local, national, and international level. Well, that's a bit of fun. Also, last year in November, I was asked to do the audit position of ESN Sweden because this was needed for the network, based on the ESN review that passed, and it was discussed if I could do this position from a non-biased point because I knew the board. We kind of clarified that I could separate the professional and the personal, which has worked out very well. And then in December I joined the Audit Commission, which is the new audit body of ESN International, where I basically I'm part of the audit team where we basically do the audit of the ESN International. So, during my mandate now, obviously I started in the middle of November, so in the middle of my mandate. So I've had the time to kind of try out the position, see what works and what could be improved for the next mandate should I be re-elected. And obviously, part of it is check that the board is doing its work according to the statutes and standing orders, but also the internal regulations, such as the section requirements and following the reimbursement guidelines, current application guidelines, etc. And but also the other statutory documents, such as the task description and the action plan. I would also like to work with properly updating our statutes and standing orders, because they're very outdated at this point. I know there was a group that was supposed to kind of work on this during this mandate. I'm not sure why it didn't happen, but I really want to make sure that this happens for the next mandate. Also, I have written a draft for audit guidelines at the moment, because essentially, according to our statutes, there is almost nothing about what the auditor should do and how he or she should do it. So I would like to go through this with the sections properly and the board during my next mandate, should I be elected, and implement those. And at the end of the mandate, I'd like to do a full audit of the board. And as said, I got a lot of ideas from from the audit team in ESN International of how they do things, and obviously we would do things differently on the national level than they do on the international. But there are a lot of good ideas, such as I would like to do actually interviews with the board and the coordinators to, based on that, make proper recommendations for a network for the board to follow. And so why I believe I would be a great auditor: I have a lot of knowledge about ESN on the local, national and international level, as well as I've been in the ESN Sweden board, so I know how to work and how to do things. I have previous experience in auditing from before I was the auditor of ESN Sweden, and now I'm obviously part of the audit team and I'm the auditor at the moment, so I know how to do, what I'm doing. I have a great eye for detail, I love research and reading, and I really love the network, I really care about it, and I want to make sure that its work is up to standard. Thank you very much.
Microphone here. Thank you. Thank you for sparing 2 minutes.
Oh, no problem.
Exactly, thank you for being quick. So far we have no questions. Is anyone still typing? Alice is still typing. Anyone? Right now, is there any other question? If no, we can just skip the typing part. If it's okay for you, can you maybe do it after you have asked, so that you have a record of it? Perfect. Okay, and in that case, I just propose to, I'll propose afterwards, it's fine.
Is this revenge?
Yeah, revenge, exactly. Mess with me, we'll make
Watch
you
out,
into memes.
Yeah.
Exactly. Hello, Oscar. Thank you for your presentation. Very nice template. That's ESN template, by the way. I have 2 questions actually. One is since we in the national level we are changing the our position into the project manager, and for this change we will need the SOS change. But since you're proposing, you will do the SOS change if you are elected for a next mandate, but why you didn't do it for this mandate, especially we have such a need?
So your question is why I didn't propose to probably update the statutes during this mandate?
What?
So your question is why I did not propose to properly update the SOS already this mandate?
Why you didn't do this part of your job during this mandate, and you want to do it next mandate?
I actually wrote a draft for guidelines to do this, but I didn't want to do it on my own. I wanted to properly talk to the board first, and I honestly contacted the board, but I have not received adequate response for this, and I wanted to also talk to the sections, because there is not just 1 or 2 things that need to be changed in the statutes. There are a lot of them, and there are lots of inconsistencies between the statutes and the standing orders, and things that just doesn't make sense in the statutes. So I just thought it was better if you change everything at once. Changing one thing, the statutes regarding the project manager position, it's very clear that right now that position doesn't technically exist, but it wasn't super necessary, but it's important to do it. But I want to do it right, and not just do it at once.
And before you ask the next question, we have a comment by Shell.
Okay.
Sure, run to you.
He's running and 2 more weeks.
Okay.
I have my hand still. Oh well. Shell National Board. Just kind of a comment on something Alice said. Oh, I sounded X. Pardon me. Comment on what Alice said. Oscar did do his job. He did submit forms to the National Board. We were just overrun with other things, and it was kind of not taken to the full severity that it could have been. So he did give recommendations, and he did talk to us about it. It just wasn't handled maybe as good as it could have been.
Maybe I'm not aware of, since I'm the national coordinator. Don't leave. Another question also related to you.
To me, he's the one applying, not me.
Actually, both of you are related. Since also, still again, I'm the national coordinator. So, like, maybe I'm sorry if I ask such a hard question I'm not aware of. But for the last board meeting, I remember for the voting on the section grant to join this NP, if we check the minutes of that national board meeting, it was only 3 national board members are presented. It was Ryan, Taha, and also Shell. Which is 3 board members out of 6. And according to the statutes, according to the statutes, we need to have like at least more than half of the national board member to present. And you were also in that board meeting as auditor. Why is passing through?
Okay, so to start with, I was at a team building when I was answering that question. When I first got the question, I did believe that you need to have more people to make decisions, but I was distracted and I went through the statutes and I couldn't find the line, so I was like, okay, I can't object to that. Then I checked it the day after and found it, and I made recommendations to the board immediately about how to handle that. That is why I didn't see it the first time, but regarding the statutes, the only problem with having that was the board wasting 5 minutes on making decisions they couldn't do, but you actually can have a board meeting with even 2 board members, and you can even have a vote with 2 board members, you just can't take a decision. So the only actual problem was sorry board wasting 5 minutes making grant applications. But yeah, that's it.
Thank you for showing you're doing your job great.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
So there are no other questions as of now. Anyone still typing? Nope. Okay, then thank you, Oscar, for presenting. And I think let's just do the accountant as well, okay? And after that, is it fine to present the accountant? Yeah, it's fine.
I can bring you the microphone if you want.
Make it the best. Make it the best 30
Longer
seconds
the
of the
road
weekend.
than the topic.
That's a challenge now. Make it the best 30 seconds of the weekend.
I can give you 10, okay?
That's what I tell girls all the time.
That's what I was thinking.
Like, oh, keep it rolling. Hi, I'm Shell. I'm not the accountant, as you guys know. But ESN Sweden hires an accountant. His name, or the new guy now, is, oh shit, I'm on timer, is Martin Svensson. He works at an accounting firm in Växjö. They do a really great job there. ESN Sweden, I think, has always had one, or at least the last few years. Yeah, they do a good job. They make sure that we're within our rights for things. And yeah, that's it. 30 seconds done. Oh my god.
It's squeezing.
Yeah, right? They had a timer in front of me, just so you know.
We have a reaction. I will bring him the microphone.
Yeah, sounds good.
It's very quick. And stay in the cross, okay?
Oh yeah. Sorry everyone at home.
Yeah, just a quick comment. The guy Martin Svensson is actually just the contact person. The actual auditor's name is Lars Engström, and that's important for the vote. For that one.
Okay. I guess that's it for the counter. I've had
Nice.
better 30 seconds in my life, but thank you.
I can never come.
I couldn't refrain, sorry. So we are moving on to the online candidacies, and the first one would be the candidate for president. Very exciting, and it's Stephanie, and she sent us a video, correct? Okay, and the technical chair is putting on the video.
I'm waiting for her to reply so that we know that she is ready for the question and answer. That will be through a Skype call. So as soon as I have the confirmation from her that she's online and ready, I will launch the video. I know I'm watching the stream. Okay. Okay, so video. Yes, she replied. She is applying as president, right?
Yes.
Okay, wait a moment. Taha, what do you use to see a video?
What?
Which program you use to see a video normally?
Netflix.
Yeah, Netflix.
Yeah.
Is it codec problem? Okay, I can show with my laptop the video and then the call. Oh god, I was not expected, but.
Applying for the position of
I ask you a bit of silence because the sound is coming out from that. It's not the best thing, so we have to wait a moment. I will just try another trick if it's possible. Yeah, it can be possible.
So my name is Stephanie. I'm currently applying for the position of President of ESN Sweden for 2020-2021, and I started my ESN experience a year ago almost in ESN Malmö as treasurer on their board, and after a half year there I decided to move to ESN Lund, where I'm now the current treasurer. And as treasurer, my task is basically what a treasurer would do, like budgeting, bookkeeping, and keeping track of the financial situation of our section. I'm also the vice chairperson for our student union council at my university. And as vice chairperson, my main task is to send out calls together with the main chair for our meetings and to take minutes during the meetings. And if the main chairperson would not be able to attend the meeting, I would step in as the main chair and share the meeting. And what else? I'm also part of several councils at the university, for example the Council of Internalization at my faculty, where we discuss matters that have to do with internalization at the university, like how we can improve the internationalization in Malmö University, and we decide on who to send to an exchange and who to accept for exchange at our faculty. And we also help them with what do you say, like accommodation, finances, like different grants they can apply for. And a part of that, I'm also in the acceptance committee at the whole university, together with another person. And there we discuss people that apply to university from different acceptance, like the högskoleprov and stuff like that, and how to change the acceptance for different universities on how to accept students so more people can join the university. And we also work very closely with the higher instance of education in Sweden when we do that. And I think it would be very handy that I have experience as a treasurer, since one of the main tasks for the president is to assist the treasurer in finance. So I would believe my experience in treasuring would be a great help there, that I do have some insight already on how to do that. And I also think that like my experience in different committees at my university would come very handy for when to contact the higher departments of education in Sweden, since I have gained some knowledge on how the Swedish education system works, since I've been in it for 15 years or so, and also worked with them in the committees. And if I would be elected president, I would mainly like to focus on an equal treatment plan for ESN Sweden, because I don't think we have one at the moment, and I think it's very important that we have a guide on how equal treatment should work in our network. And I have some experience of that already, since I'm also part of an equal treatment committee where we established the equal treatment guidelines for all our associations. And it included both how we would deal with cases of harassment, and also how we would deal with, for example, on alcohol and drug policy and stuff like that. And I think that's something we're lacking at the moment, a policy on what to do if someone in our network would feel bullied or harassed or something like that, and how to treat each other. And apart from that, I would also like us to get more collaboration with other NGOs, because I think we have a lot to learn, and we can also give out a lot of information on how we work to other associations and networks. For example, we are having a bit of an HR problem right now, so it will be very interesting to have a collaboration with an association that don't have HR problems and how they have come to this point. And I'm sure there is a lot of other things I would come up with also that I would like to work on, except for these two. And I have one more, and that's improving the president community to have weekly calls with the president, or monthly calls with the presidents of the sections in Sweden, to see how the sections are doing, and also this would be a way to help improve the sections and help the sections with providing what they need if we know what they are lacking. And yeah, I'm sure other things will come up along the way that me and the rest of the board would like to work on if we get elected. So I'm just hoping that these three things sounds interesting right now, and then some more will come along the way. Thank you.
Okay. That was her.
Yeah. Before we engage in the online question round, is anyone still typing at the moment? Yes, okay, so we're still looking. Then it's going to be a long round.
I'm calling. Hi, can you hear us?
Yes.
Great. We will put you. No, I mean she's like, it's dark anyway. Oh, now it's light. Hi.
Hello.
Okay. So we are waiting for people typing questions? Can you hear us properly?
Yes.
And we can hear you great.
Okay, so the first question is by Hannah. Would you like to come to the front? Thank you.
You cannot see her, but
Okay.
I mean, to see there, she
Yeah,
can.
that's fine.
Anyway, it's a mess. Don't worry.
Yeah. Is this not on?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. So Hannah, ESN Stockholm. Currently, there is no one running for the vice president position. So if you were elected for the president position, how would you deal with the issue of the increased workload and the work division that this would mean?
Like, first of all, I would try to recruit a new vice president for, like we did with a few positions last time, like with an online national platform and elect one there. And in case we wouldn't be able to, I think like as a team you do what you have to do to make it work. But I would not have a problem with more workload.
Thank you for that. The next question is by Chantal. It's a bit similar. Do you want to ask it anyways?
I don't think it's similar.
Okay, then go for it.
Go to the cross.
Yes.
Thank you.
So, Chantal, ESN Linköping. So, as it seems now, it will be at least 3 vacant positions on the national board. And I was wondering, if you're elected, how are you going to tackle that problem? Because the interest in applying for the national board doesn't seem that high. So how will you find people to apply that are fit for the positions?
I think by probably like talk to the local section, I think is a great asset to talk and see, like explain to them the possibilities with being on the national board and what they could do for the network in the national board. And of course you shouldn't hide the fact that it's work, like it takes workload, but I think you should also like put up the benefits of being on the national board and what comes with it, like all the great experience you will get from it, etc.
Okay, thank you. Then again, is someone still having a question? Okay, right now we have 4 more questions. 2 are by Alex. It's generally about her motivation. Then we have one by Michaela, again the same one that you've already heard. And then we have one by Charles about her leadership skills. So just that you know what it's going to be about. Is there anyone planning to? No. Is there anyone planning to ask a question after that? Okay, still. 1 or 2? 1. Okay. So after that, I would propose to close the speakers list because we are already quite late. Would there be any objections? Okay, perfect. In that case, we have 2 questions by Alex. The first one would be, because he's not here, I'm going to say it. From the motivation letter, I found it unclear what your aims and goals are as president of ESN Sweden. Can you specify them more clearly?
Yes. So first of all, as I mentioned in the video, I would like to work more on getting a equal treatment plan specifically for ESN and how we should deal with different cases that is relevant to equal treatment. And secondly, I would like to work, as we have already mentioned, the lack of interest of applying for the national board, with making sure the national board has a more stable HR recruitment.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And then the second question from Alex is also, knowing from experience of working with you, unfortunately you did not properly fulfill the responsibilities as head of the election committee. What makes you believe that the same thing will not happen if you will become president of ESN Sweden?
well, I'm not sure what he's referring to, because in the election committee, like, I sent out the calls that I got from the national board, and I sent what they wanted me to send. But I think I would do my best to fulfill the responsibility in the national board.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Then it's Michaela's turn.
It's good I wrote it down, but I start to memorize it.
Thank you for the presentation. I asked also the other people applying for the MD how this question. So how do you see the position transition to the new structure with no MR being the link between the three levels? What is your view on that, and how would you deal with that?
I think it's a good opportunity, even though it might be a bit scary to not have the LR as the link. But it's also a good opportunity, for example, for the treasurer to be the link between, for example, the international board and the local levels when it comes to treasury, and the president to be the link between the presidents and so on.
There's a comment by Taha.
It's a comment not on your question, on the previous one about Alex. I just want to say that from at least my point of view, I think Stephanie did her job as a election committee, and she forwarded all the calls and put the required posts. So I also think that, just to be clear from my side, I think she did her job.
Perfect. Your question has been answered?
Yeah, I'm gonna ask one more, sorry.
Okay, so then it is more sensible to put them together, that is true.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
It's about the equal treatment plan, which you mentioned, which I think is a great thing to have. But I was just wondering that as in ESN, we have the code of conduct that is also referring how harassment and discrimination is not a place in ESN. So in what way would then an equal treatment plan be different from the code of conduct?
Like, I think we could take, like, of course we should base the equal treatment plan on the code of conduct, but I think we should also specify like how ESN Sweden would handle like a case of discrimination within the national board, or how we would deal with it if it happens in the local sections, for example.
There's a comment by Alice, and you can already stay at the front anyways for the next question.
Thanks, Stephanie. Thank you for your presentation. Comment to that. I think for the ESN international structure, the auditor is taking care of the discrimination, also the unfair treatment, also related to the code of conduct. So that's I'm quite confused about like if you are elected as president, if that's your priorities, is like quite confusing. That's my comment. And my question is,
did you want to answer to the comment? Or
do you want to comment?
Yeah, like, of course it would not be my main focus. Like, I would also focus on things that's more like direct to the position.
Okay, and now you can ask a question.
My question is, I think it would be nice for all of us to know why you're not presenting this MP, especially you're applying for president.
Almost.
Thank you.
Sorry, drink too much. No. You know what I mean. Yeah, especially when you are applying for a president, it's such an important position. Since also like 3 of your local board members is presenting, but not you.
Yeah, I'm not present because I'm on internship. with my program, and we're only allowed to miss 2 days out of the 5 weeks we're there. And I would like to save those days in case I would get sick.
Okay, thank you for the answer. And now there's the last question by Charles.
Hi sir, Charles here. Just wanted to know, can you elaborate on any past leadership experience in a team that you've had that sort of justifies your run for president of the national board?
Yeah, sure. Well, I do work as a figure skating coach right now, and I think as a team there, when you work in sports, you have to show leadership skills, because if you don't lead the club, then the club will fall apart. And I do also study teaching, where we take leadership courses on what ways to be a good leader and what methods that are proven useful as leader. And as a teacher, you are also the leader of the class, so to say. You have to lead the kids in the right direction and take the leading role when so things don't, if there is, for example, a case of a kid behaving bad, etc., it's your job to take control of the whole situation and so it doesn't get worse.
Okay, there's a comment on that?
Comment, follow-up question, is that
Okay,
right?
follow-up, yeah, fine.
So the experience with kids sounds great, but how do you think you could, those leadership skills would transfer into a workspace with adults?
Well, I think just as with kids, like if there is a conflict, it's important to hear both sides and not take any actual side before you have evidence, for example, on what is proven right or wrong, because there is always two sides of a story, for example. So yeah, and just be like a leading hand if for consult example.
Okay, perfect. So that was all of the questions. Thank you very much for joining with the call, despite you having had a long work day. And yes, I wish you a wonderful weekend. And yeah, good night.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, so that was the first online candidacy. The next one is going to be Alex as communication manager, and he sent us a video as well, right? No.
Ah, shit. My fault.
We don't want to talk to him yet.
Yes.
The video is coming up in a few seconds.
Hi, my name is Alex. Some of you might know me as a current vice communication manager.
Wait, we need to fix one thing before to hear that. No. No. Okay. Ready?
Hi, my name is Alex. Some of you might know me as a current vice communication manager of our amazing Swedish network. For those who don't, let me properly introduce myself. I started ESN with joining VIS, or as it's better known today, ESN Becker. I simply joined the team to become an activity committee coordinator, and my tasks were more connected to social activities. Even though our body committee coordinator and vice president at that time were trying to drag me to join the national events, for some reason, I was saying no. But on one beautiful day, Ellen finally dragged me to join the NP Karlstad, which took place in spring 2019. This was the first time when I experienced the network. I've met a lot of people that day, but the person who made me to become a vice communication manager in the future was Maria Wardak, our ex-communication manager. I think we made an amazing team together. Within this mandate, we reformed the Swedish Communication Committee, created a successful campaign for our merch, received 2 points of approval from ComCom, 1 for our famous Swedish Wars campaign, and one for the Swedish Culture campaign. We revived and redesigned ESN Sweden Instagram and gained more than 500 new followers, punished our local communication managers for not following the visual identity, kept our feed updated, as well as cooperated with AGM Sweden OC in terms of promotion. After spending a year doing all of this, I have to admit, I started to like it. Within 1 year, I joined 9th Communication Summit, National Platform Gothenburg, and NBM Istanbul, which taught me a lot about the network. I can say without a doubt that today I know what ESN is, and I believe in what it is trying to do. My education concerns business administration. I have masters in marketing and an experience of working as a PR manager. I do know a lot about communication and about managing social media. I have experience in making videos, sound engineering, and public speaking. However, I have to admit that my Photoshop skills are far from being perfect. But I slowly learn, and I think that with the help of SCOMCOM, graphic design will not be an issue. I hope you will trust me in keeping the ESN Sweden communication safe and sound. Sorry for not making it to Karlstad. Since my country of origin is Russia, unfortunately I face some visa issues that delayed my travel plans. But I'll see most of you during the sea battle, and of course AGM Sweden. Thank you for listening. Do you have any questions?
Why is he not here? Did he record that? I was supposed to. Before you call him, we don't have questions yet.
We just call him, then we see, okay?
Yeah.
I mean, he's a funny guy. I want to meet him.
I wish I could meet that guy. He's so funny.
He was. Also in the personal conversation, that was... Hi.
Hello everybody, hi from Russia, how you doing?
So by now we have no question for you. We have one. Oh shit.
Oh damn. I'm not ready.
Okay, put your makeup on. Let me check if I can do full screen.
Yeah.
So Michaela, it's your cross time.
Thank you. Again. Thank you for your presentation, Alex. It was entertaining.
Is there?
Oh, here. I'm here. Okay. Hi. I asked every other NB candidate this question. It's the 4th time I'm asking it. So, how do you see the position transition to the new structure with no NR being the link between the 3 levels? What's your view on that, and how would you deal with that?
Okay, so from the very beginning with the question about the NR position and how it will actually combine together. It will be combined together with other 2 positions of the local the national coordinators. I think it will be very, very, very complicated. As far as I know right now, Michaela, I'm sorry. Michaela is working really hard to be the national representative. And if you want to combine this position with the positions which were taken by Carlotta and Guillaume, it will be impossible to take care of everything. So, in my position, it should be really divided. And then our position as itself, one second, I'm sorry. Then our position as itself should be, I think, taken out because, yeah, that's my opinion.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, a little kid of my cousin just literally entered the room and I was really trying to to keep calm.
Okay, thank you very much. And there's another question by Shell. Would you like to come to the front?
Are you guys going to make fun of me this time?
No.
Oh, excellent.
It's for everyone that has to work more than...
But you still have 30 seconds.
Awesome. What's up, Alex? Miss you, my friend.
Oh.
My question is this. Speaking also from personal experience with visa issues, do you think, I mean, you've had issues in the past and now, do you think this will improve in the future? I mean, we can't have you being in Russia forever, man.
Oh, definitely. I hope it will, you know. The thing which actually concerns me the most right now is the coronavirus. But actually Russia is the safest place to be at because we only have 40 cases compared to 500 in Sweden.
Reporting case.
But the thing is that right now I'm currently applying for a PhD, so I will, even though I'm kind of moving out for the summer from Sweden, I will still come back. And the reason why I couldn't attend now is basically because they did like my passport for a week, and I couldn't do anything about it. It's literally in the hands of Putin, but not me. So, but I would definitely join. And actually, I missed the communication summit right now in Brussels, which was happening. And it's just super sad that it was such an unfortunate timing.
Perfect, thank you very much for the answer. And then we have another question by Mary, but Mary is not here. This is why I'm asking it. And Mary is asking, since one of the tasks of the communication manager is managing the communication manager community, what are your future plans for this?
I think I've seen how Mary was managing the community in the past. I mean, even though I was a vice, I was still in the chat, and I saw how kindly she was trying to educate our community managers about the theme, about what to do, what not to do, and I will try to keep up the good work with that. Also, I want to make assure all the communication managers which will stay, or the ones which will become communication managers in this future, that you can always rely on me. And if you have any questions, I will be there for you, and I will help you to solve them, or we will solve them all together. The community is the thing which makes us strong and united. And for example, even right now with the coronavirus, you know that all the things which happened so far led to cancellation of all the events that ESN has. I mean, NP is exception, as I can see right now. But the thing is, what important is that we need to remember that we are still united, and that we are a unity, and that together we can fight anything.
All right, thank you for the answer. People are waving in approval. Currently there is only one more question in the waiting row. Is anyone else still typing? Okay, I propose to close the speakers list. Is anyone objecting? Speakers list is closed, and Alessandro has the last word.
Hi, nice to meet you. Alessandro from ESN Italy and technical chair. Quick question. We are going to face extraordinary situation with coronavirus. What are your plans in managing all the social network while there cannot be activities, events, so where a lack of content is generally ongoing? Are you planning to have some involvement of students or of local sections to make, let's say, in case there is a lockdown, a sort of personal community or something? Are you planning something like this?
No. Yeah, okay, thank you for the question. So, as I said before, coronavirus is in which actually just fell on us from the sky, and even 2 weeks ago everyone were joking that coronavirus might be just a thing that would just fade away and disappear out of nowhere, but unfortunately it did not happen. Yesterday I contacted the communication community of ESN Sweden, and I forwarded them the message from the international board, as well as gave them my personal advice on how to manage the situation. The first thing which I believe is important is not to cause panic, because you know what panic can do. I think panic is sometimes way more dangerous than the actual problem as itself. We live in time, and we can witness right now the amazing moment in history where social media and misinformation can be so impactful that people in some countries, even though they don't need to, buy out all the toilet paper out of the stores, when actually the actual people who would need it will have to struggle. But I think the most important thing which we can do, and I can advise to the communication managers right now, is just to try to inform students that they will be there for them. For example, we were quite recently, discussing with Scomcom possibility of a new campaign that will focus on educating as well as supporting students who right now are in Sweden and who are right now sitting and struggling because their families are in danger. They might be in danger. And this whole situation just shows that people sometimes need just a little bit of support, and we are the ones who will provide support. Especially when it comes to communication, this is the only channel in ESN, in the whole network, which can still work besides what during the coronavirus. I mean, we are not directly affected by finances. We are not directly affected by decisions of others. We are the ones who can actually deliver the message and still work. Should not be physically present there. We can do it online. And right now, as I said, since social media has such a huge impact, we should definitely focus on spreading the word of mouth in a positive way.
Thank you very much for the answer. That was the last question also, so with that you are free to go. Thank you very much for joining.
Bye bye everyone.
Bye.
I'll watch you during the stream.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Okay, beautiful. I have a question I didn't want to ask you. It was awkward because I saw in the picture he was standing next to Kid and he was like that much taller. How tall is he?
Exactly.
Jesus.
I was at his armpit.
What did I do? Oh, that's correct. Yes, that was the last formal agenda slot for today. I just have to ask, do you want to do the vote on the sea battle today or tomorrow or on Sunday?
Or never.
Or never.
Have you I got feedback from most people. Anyone being highly objective of having it now? No? Nice.
Okay, so we do it like the votes we did today, just with the roll call, or would you want to have it anonymous?
You want to punish the one voting against, or do you want to...
No, I mean, like, it doesn't really matter. I mean, theoretically, if it's like after section, that means every section has like one vote, right?
Yeah.
I also got a lot more feedback from our coordinators, and so far everyone said that it's better to postpone than to right away cancel it and then see how the situation is evolving. Denmark says that as well, not only Swedish sections. Yeah, but so yeah, if you can do that. I hope that you were in contact with your section coordinators.
So our options would be either cancel, not cancel, or abstain.
No, cancel, postpone, and then, if necessary, cancel the postponed date, 11th to 13th.
Okay.
Or, like, I mean, of course, won't abstain.
Okay, so the options are cancel, postpone, and abstain. Okay.
Do you want that shown, like I can do a question in the screen?
If you want to, but it's...
Okay. In that case, we're doing it the way we did it this morning, and now I have the sheet. Because she's also from Germany, she wrote me how to pronounce the... she wrote me the German way to pronounce the section name, so let's see if this goes better than it did this morning. The first one was ESN BTH. Postpone. Oh yeah, I have to, because she's not here, she has to settle out her flight. I have to vote as well. ESN Göteborg. Okay, as well, beautiful. ESN Jönköping.
Abstain.
Abstain. ESN Kalmar. Okay, then ESN Karlstad.
Ellie was writing on the chat, I'm not sure, probably that doesn't help.
Probably not.
I can call someone if it's outside.
That would be cool, then we go back to that. ESN Linköping. Cancel. ESN Luleå.
Cancel.
Cancel. Then ESN Lund.
That's fine.
Postpone. ESN Malmö.
Postpone.
ESN Södertörn.
Postpone.
Phone, okay. ESN Stockholm. Phone. ESN Karlstad. Cancel. ESN Växjö. Postpone? Okay. And is an Örebro? Postpone. And did we find them or? Yes. ESN Karlstad, the question is about ESN Sea Battle. Should we cancel it? Should we postpone it? Or are you abstaining?
Postpone.
Postpone. Okay. Just because it was difficult to multitask, it was just almost everyone said postpone except for Jönköping for abstain. Then it was Kalmar for cancel. It was Linköping for cancel, Lilja for cancel, and Skövde for cancel. Is that correct? Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. I wrote it down and you can have it later. With that, we are finished with all the formal agenda points. Is there anything the OC wants to say about how the rest of the evening is going to go? Or we're just going back to the hostel and that's it?
Yeah. We thought of going to the bar later tonight. So, but it's like a free of choice. So if you guys want to go, you can go. If you want to stay in the hostel, you can also do that.
Is the bar still open?
Yeah, I think it's still open.
How long is the distance between the bar and the place?
Like 15-minute walk. It's not very far to walk.
Okay, so in that case, we can just talk about it during dinner and then people can do whatever they want.
Yes.
Perfect. Yes, there was a very long. Apologize for any delays, of course. Thank you for being attentive throughout the whole day despite the exceptional length. Tomorrow we start at 9 a.m. Please be here at the latest 9 a.m. awake and a working condition. And yes, have a nice weekend. No, have a nice evening. Bye. Have a nice evening.
Bye, people playing music from Windows, like live, and there was a situation where
Why it's not working?
there is a USB which is not working. The first
Yeah, no, it's working. It's working.
by the way, we have to end that one.
Yep.